He was a cadet but failed.
I didn't fail. I got sick of waiting to take my SCS4.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Shadow, what's up, man?
How's it going, Vern? What's up?
What are you doing here?
What do you mean, what am I doing here?
Why are you doing? Was I not clear enough with a question, Willow? Did I get something wrong?
What are you doing here?
I'm security, motherfucker.
Oh, okay.
Safe for already.
Didn't you set this up, Shadow?
Jap set it up? Oh, we're definitely getting attacked.
I just assumed. Who else is that awesome and organized?
Got more people coming up, Shadow, and we're going to start in 5 minutes. I'm just going to get a Weasel ad run.
Okay, sounds good. Make sure, I guess, I got a call from Tavares. He said that he was lost at 3 Alta Street or something. I guess that was on the poster. Or in the advertisement. I don't know what's...
This is 3 Alta Street apartment.
Oh, so they put it in their GPS and apparently they ended up at a house.
I'm in the...
But
no. This was all built by Apollo, and it was owned by Search Services. It's where we used to have to. We were about to rent offices.
That is strange.
But then the government wanted to add the
yeah, that's going to be a slight issue.
So we just did a kind of a trade for Pacific. And luckily, they rebuilt it exact the same way.
Actually pretty cool.
Crap.
This used to be down near the beach, right?
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Lucy's a sweetheart anyway.
Alright, gentlemen, make yourself comfortable.
Xoza, what you need? Did you need an ad?
Oh, it's over here, Schmidt. It's over here.
Did you trying to place ads right now?
Yeah, I heard somebody
wait.
saying they needed to
Who? Do you work for Weasel?
Yeah, I'm here representing Weasel. Seth asked me to come down.
Save me a spot, Paul.
We're just sorting out some technical issues with the GPS. 3 Alta Street takes you to a house in Vinewood.
Ooh, yeah, that doesn't work.
Wait, in Vinewood?
Wait, no, it's one marathon.
Like it takes you next to the suburban clothing store. That's
yeah, it takes you to a weird
Considering this is 3 Alta Street apartment, that's a...
Yeah, whatever address...
Yeah, we're apparently 1 Marathon Avenue.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody was invited to Krillix. Come on.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll just slightly postpone the start.
Any plans of anyone from the government coming besides Tavares?
Should have 4 representatives.
12.
4, yeah. Should be
Interesting.
Virus.
Hello, Mr. Williams. Good to see you as always.
Of course.
I can see you're still recovering from your voice surgery.
Sorry, what was that?
I can see you're still recovering from your throat surgery. What
yes, yeah.
Wait.
Who else are we waiting on, Witherford?
Well, I've got a vision of quite a few members of the public at this some poor guy's house. I just want to try and get this ad run, then 5 minutes after the ad's run with the new address. Just getting Umber to try and change it now. So are you going to kick things off with your questions and then go to public and then go to my topics, or how do you want to go about arranging that?
Let's just try to split it up, kind
I
of.
need a cough drop shadow.
Let's just try to split it up a little bit.
Yeah. Yep.
How's it going, Mr. 404 official?
New advert will be run in a moment.
Okay. You'll have to find out ICLIPSE. Or you could just watch and find out there.
Oh.
Hey, you said that Pennyworth had a question that's similar to one of yours?
Great, Willow works here. Yeah, so I talked about the properties and then also he added an additional.
Oh yeah, I have that on my list too. So when I get to that, I'll let you take over.
Yeah, it's fine. Then I can also do the registration conflicts.
You talking about business registrations and licensing?
Yes, with the residential.
Wait, residential? Is there another news thing that I haven't seen yet? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about licensing residential
Oh, no.
something or whatever.
It's just something that I observed when browsing through. How many government representatives do we have here?
2.
Two. I mean, if the government want to come join us, like at the front,
What's up there? Okay.
yeah, come to the front. Seeing as there's a couple of questions which will be best to answer.
Sure. Tab, join me, please.
Or, yeah, you guys can sit in those seats or the seats up there.
Yeah.
Wait, I can sit up there?
Are
let's
you
go
a
sit in
government
these asses.
representative?
I mean, you're a cop, so kind of.
Kind of.
What the fuck, Travis?
Are you ready to answer questions about
The
the
licensing bureau.
the representative
I can sit in
that
the
you?
middle seat.
He might not answer him right, but he'll probably answer him.
Oh, Tavares.
There's an interior, like it's at Alta Street Apartments, the apartment complex. There's
Is there anyone?
the elevator on the left. We're in the elevator on the right.
Is this the shop?
I don't know if anybody else is.
Yeah, I mean,
I know Tavares is here.
yeah, I just wasn't sure if this is the entire representation.
If you're here on behalf of Weasel, you're free to sit up there as well, because we will definitely want your input and have inquiries for you.
Sounds good.
Oh, there we go. There's
Seeing
the advert.
Seeing as businesses work with Weasel regularly, I'm sure we've got plenty of people that might have questions.
What's up, Baxter?
What's up, Nick?
Did they have anyone watching the cars?
Yes, Cerberus Security will be providing overlooks around the site.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No worries.
Ha.
Can you hear me clearly over there, Frank?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Excellent.
It's mostly IC, but we have IC advertisements and stuff out right now. All right, timer 5 minutes. Well, 3 minutes now. Okay, can everybody hear me? We are just going to get started, and anybody that wanders on in, we will find them a seat, and if they have any questions, we'll answer them as they come. First order of business is the introduction of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is a chamber/group of business owners, business associates, and government entities. So this is business opportunities to, 1, connect with each other, 2, connect with the government, and our quote-unquote overlords, our city leaders, state leaders, and all that. This is with the this has been kind of an idea for a little while, but with some of the situations that businesses have expressed as well as citizens, we started pushing forward with the Chamber of Commerce because, to be honest, some of our businesses I feel like are either disconnected from each other or they have this sense of disconnect from the government. And that's kind of where this all came from. Chamber of Commerce is really just a networking platform for all of us together in the light of business and commerce, trade, exchange, and all that. I will bring up a few topics. This is an open session, public inquiry. This is a discussion for everybody. My discussions, actually all of our discussions, will be public in a way they'll be public in a way that is open for conversation. I'm going to bring up a topic. We'll see if there are any questions. We'll express some opinions. We'll toss out some ideas and share any knowledge or information that we've got. For example, what do you think should be the first thing? With the fork? Oh, sorry.
I think
This is Paolo with a fork with Assured Services. And
I think one big topic for business was regarding the recent changes in import prices for both fuel and gun stores without any communication.
that should have been the first thing we did. Oop. Okay, so gun stores. Do we have any other gun store owners here? How's it going, Travis? With a fork, you own a gun store, right?
I do.
Do you have any insight? Oh, Mr. Williams has a gun store.
Yeah, so over Christmas, we saw pretty much a triple in our import prices, skyrocketing. So to get a pistol 50, it costs around 13,000 for city just to import. And then when you consider costs such as blips, adverts, $45,000, recurring fee throughout the year, it starts to add up quite a lot. Obviously, it's also come to our knowledge that illegal firearms now are a much more financially viable option, and we wonder if the government is taking any further steps to prevent illegal imports to potentially draw up the price, because at the moment it seems that this policy change is really boosting the illegal firearms market.
Mr. Williams, do you have anything to add? I know. It sucks. You can watch it though. But we will take notes, I Sealy, so a lot of this stuff will be publicly available. Tavares and Baxter, will you take notes for this, or do you have any input?
Yeah, I'm taking notes on my tablet here. As far as I'm aware, I hope everyone can hear me out there all right. As far as I'm aware, the government doesn't do a whole lot for determining import prices.
Enter the building and come up with
So, like, I'm pretty sure from what I saw in Lewis's press releases, he was just as shocked at the gas price increases recently because of the import prices, and understood a little bit at least that they had to increase their prices to match the demand there, or to match the price increases. But I don't know what exactly
I hate headaches
he has
because it stops me from doing
the import prices.
everything else I want to do.
That's something we can bring back to him and chat about at our next meeting.
Yeah, so import prices has mentioning the gas prices, the increase, everything has a cost. Increasing gas prices, we all need to be able to afford to run our businesses and make a little money on the side as well. But we all have costs and requirements to run those businesses, including, as stated, Weasel News advertisements, shipping, just stocking the item, licensing, there's a bit of everything, and it all adds up. And unfortunately, we're not in the business to give things away. Again, we got to make a little money just to cover those costs, and a lot of those fees are tacked onto the price of the item itself. This was player created.
If I may just speak briefly on what was touched here with regards to gas prices, one of the things that the government has tried to take steps on in order to get the business going again and get competition going again and allow for everyone to make a fair profit, regardless of where their business is located, is the trial period for business rental, quote unquote, which is this temporary licensing, temporary business that is handed out to certain individuals that meet criteria that are eligible to pay. And perhaps in the future this will be turned into an auction type thing where people can rent the business license for a certain period. This in turn will allow more people to get into business city and also allow everyone to make a fair profit, because it reduces the chances of, say, a business being cornered by every other business around it, reducing the price so it can no longer afford to keep operating, which we have seen in the past.
So I do have some input about fuel stations. After that idea was released when it comes to renting a fuel station, I'm guessing that's what it was, because it was opened recently. I reviewed some of the ideas, and I even put my own money towards a fuel station just to see if this is actually an issue and to run the math myself. I have come to the conclusion that to make a decent profit, to be able to afford literally everything, I have to charge $14 per liter. That is an absolute must. I cannot charge, I could charge 13 maybe, depends on how much fuel I'm selling. But to cover all of my costs, I must charge 14 per liter. Anybody that charges less than that is losing money. The math is very clear. Unfortunately, again, as an owner and trying to cover costs and licensing, I have to pass the fees and charges down to my customer just to stay in business. I don't know, to be honest.
May I interject for a second? To answer your question, Baxter, the reason why I wanted Ryuk and run like that is because he chooses to run at a loss if it's convenient to him. It's plain and simple. He's always done that since, I believe, about a year ago, maybe longer. Depends on his mood at the time. He can choose to bump it up a bit, make some personal profit, or he can choose to leave it at close to import cost. It really depends on his personal mood. I believe his personal philosophy has always been that way. But that doesn't apply to other gas station owners, as you may assume.
One
Alright.
of the things that was mentioned in the crowd I heard is that gas station owners are not have increased the load prices for the load payouts for truckers. Obviously, in the government, we are in the best interest of everyone in the city being able to make a living, in particular honest workers such as truckers. Someone in the crowd mentioned it had decreased, so that it had been reduced. Obviously, in the government, we want everyone in the city, especially honest working individuals, to make a good living. And I hope that the Chamber of Commerce, as an organization, is able to also look towards these support industries that help the businesses in the city function, and is able to provide them with some sort of substance in that regard.
So that will be one of our topics, is fair pay in trucking as well. I mean, trucking is another cost, and paying those individuals to deliver those goods is a cost to business, but it really depends on the business, how far away it is, how long it takes, and so on and so forth. I actually want to ask everybody here, for work per hour, do you guys believe that 6K per hour is fair?
For what position specifically, or just as a
Just
blanket?
as a blanket general, this is what you should get paid per hour on average.
Minimum salary, you mean?
Correct.
Salary or freelance jobs. So the Shadow Corporation, of who I represent, my name is Xoza Shadow. We run a lot of numbers. We do a lot of research when it comes to work. We work a lot with spreadsheets, and we try to figure out what is fair when it comes to not only our businesses, but the freelance jobs that are out there. I've had a contact out there helping me figure out some of these numbers, especially fishing and why it's so popular, and it's come to the conclusion that in about an hour, as long as an individual is consistently fishing, they can make 7K an hour. And that's good catches. That's, very efficient. The average is hold on. It's like 6.25 per hour. Can you really?
I don't believe so. I believe the maximum you can make doing working out at Paul's farm would be just over 4K.
I mean, we still have some numbers to run. We still have some freelance workers that we need to get in contact with and really figure out exactly what's fair. And a lot of this, so Shadow Corp is researching this because we want to make sure that our truckers are getting about that amount of pay as well.
That's, if I may, that's extremely difficult. I mean, obviously, like you were saying, distance to travel and all that. I've done some trucking in the past. Delivering cars from the depot to, say, Autosport. Those are the hottest, trucking jobs that one can get. People rush to them when they get alerts that there might be some imports coming in because the trip is short and they pay $1,000. Other jobs, if you have to go out to auto services, that you're looking at a decrease in almost a quarter of the pay. So, but can you expect someone like Blatniak to pay 4 times the amount because they're having to drive so much further? And then when you take into account something where you go from car import and shipping to doing fuel or consumer goods such as food or whatever it may be for the general stores, those loadings, just the loading up the truck and then unloading the truck, take substantially longer. To import the cars, it may take what feels like only a couple seconds to unload that car off your rig and you're on to the next job. To unload fuel, especially if you're talking about a massive amount of fuel. It may take what feels like hours, loading and then unloading as well.
Right. Okay. But so this is the kind of where I was coming across. With the fuel station, I spent quite a bit of time and a few shipments calculating how long it takes, the mileage it takes, and just really overall time. And that's why we kind of came to the conclusion that 6 to 7K is fair per hour, and it takes a trucker 35 minutes to ship fuel to my gas station. So I pay about 3.5 per shipment, which is a little bit better than fishing. So that would, one, encourage truckers to do the job, as well as two, give them a little extra money versus fishing and getting the random chance of not catching something. It's a nice, consistent number. So I agree. At Atomic, I ship in cars at $1,000 absolute minimum, because I've actually done the math, and it takes 7 minutes to deliver a car. You deliver 6 cars in
That's 8K.
in a very short amount of time and make pretty good money. So to fill a gas station entirely from zero, it would take an hour and 15 minutes. But that would be from my gas station. I don't know about other gas stations.
Yep.
There are a few others that are closer.
No account that's loading and then unloading, so you're talking about near 2.5 hours.
No. I'm actually talking about taking the job, going loading, and then unloading. So as soon as they're done unloading, that's when the timer had stopped. So the maximum time it would take, maybe 2 hours for a gas station that's way out there. I don't... So the invoice from the trucker's yard is a little bit different from the ordering at the gas station. I'm still trying to figure out what the conversion rate is. I believe the trucker's yard uses units, just a general unit, and then the gas station is very specific to liters. Do we have any other input about sourcing and pricing of goods? That's kind of the topic that we've been on.
I think the government should try and figure out what is causing the fluctuation in import prices. Because to us business owners, hearing like it's out of their hands when we have commissioners boasting on Life Invader about prevent the fix and stuff like that, it's not a good look. It makes us feel like the import prices are actually being changed by them and not other outside circumstances.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan that the government is deciding to make us look like the bad guys, because we are literally, one, it's all of your own businesses. You can set the prices however you want. I don't know of anybody that's trying to tell you what prices to set, and even then, if they do, you can tell them no, it's your business. And then, in addition, we don't have any control over licensing. We're just trying to cover our costs.
If anything, licensing should be probably reduced quite a bit. I'm not sure if that's its own separate topic or if it would be something to include here, Shadow.
It will be a topic.
I need a cough drop, Shadow.
Yeah, it'll be its own topic.
Okay. I get that, Baxter, but at the end of the day, we need to know as business owners, like, where these import changes are coming from. Whether they're negotiations from the government to, let's say, oil manufacturers, and they've fallen through, which is why the import price went up. If it's completely out of their hands, or if it is somewhat in their hands, none of this information is out there.
So, Baxter, I don't know if I have all of the information that you're talking about, but the only quote-unquote fixing that was mentioned to me was a few fuel station owners got together, pretty much said, WTF, what is going on? We need to raise our prices. They said it together, not let's all raise our prices, try to fix our prices to make
I don't
money.
know if you guys remember the actual order of events that happened with the gas prices rising, but initially gas prices were fluctuating between like what, 7 to 12 depending on where you went. Then all
Right.
of a sudden gas prices were all around $14 or $15 collectively.
So
That's when Lewis is claiming there was a fix. And then after that, the import prices rose, which caused the second step increase in gas prices to the $18 to $20 range that we saw.
Okay, so from the business point of view, I can tell you exactly why the first fluctuation happened. It's because the government hired you guys to start enforcing again business licensing. Now it's been, what, I would say a year with a fork?
Yeah,
where they have, licensing has existed, but they haven't really fully enforced it. So fluctuations started when, actually probably exactly when Tavares was, were you guys hired around the same time?
Yeah, we were all in the same batch.
Yeah, so when you guys were hired, that's about when the fluctuation started, wasn't it?
Shortly thereafter, I think, yeah.
Okay. And that's because business licensing was being enforced, and the gas station owners now had to cover $80,000 in a business licensing fee, so they had to raise prices. Yeah, per month.
And I just want to add real quick, Baxter, for the sake of argument, even if let's say for the sake of argument, hypothetically we concede what you're saying, which is there was a fix, there's two main points that are important to note. Mainly, number one, there isn't a law currently preventing any sort of fixing or collusion, at least not in the state of Los Santos. But more importantly, number two, is that the reason for it, or for that quote-unquote fix that might have happened or might not have happened, could just easily be explained as economic reaction to either increased import prices or increased licensing fees, which would obviously look like a fix from the outside because everyone's changing their prices more or less to the same spot at the same time.
No, so the first fluctuation was because of
the registration fee.
Yeah, registration fees and licensing. The second major one was because of import price. Either way, we can do the math, and you can kind of figure out exactly how much it would cost to, example, run a fuel station just to make ends meet, and then on top of that, hope that you get enough customers to even cover those costs. Now we have another gas station that's been opened up.
Which is most likely running at I would say probably at a loss. I mean, you said you did all the calculations, correct, Shadow?
Yeah, best I could. There are a few the variables that are unknown are sales, how often how busy your fuel station. Yep, location and demand.
So now we have a government subsidized business essentially, like a nationalized gas station in Sandy Shores, that on top of the licensing fees that have been implemented fairly recently, as well as the import increase, are now undercutting everyone because they've chosen to put their prices way below what is reasonable. Obviously, some other people have followed suit. The wanted to re-up owner, he kind of does that all the time, kind of just like I mentioned it, yeah. As well as I believe Lucas Montana's Weasel News gas station is also running at either $11 or $12 per liter. I'm not entirely sure.
12.
But everyone else in the city is still trying to, make ends meet. Then they're not running at that pricing, obviously, because they most likely don't want to own a business that costs upwards of $20 million nowadays just to run it at a loss. That's defeats the entire point of owning it in the first place.
No, I've only owned mine for a short amount of time. I'm still kind of running numbers when it comes to sales margins and how often I have to ship in new fuel. So that's still kind of that unknown variable. But once I get some consistent numbers, at least from my station, then I can give a better judgment of monthly profit.
I believe that any consideration of the wanted re-up when it comes to the fuel prices should probably be an outlier, because I personally bore witness to a conversation between the Ravens and him down at Bayview when they were trying to increase the gas prices in the city, and his main response was, "What about the little guy?
Yep.
What about the guys who can't afford to pay 14?" So he is a wild card in the whole situation. So to even kind of bring him in with the other businesses, I feel like, but it does obviously pose a problem to other gas station owners such as yourself, Xoza, or the Ravens, and where now people are going and avoiding theirs to go fuel his, but trying to put any kind of logic to his, or any kind of numbers to his numbers, it's impossible, because his only thought is, what about the little guy? He's not concerned about a profit.
Very much respect for that kind of attitude, but businesses, we shouldn't have to ask or pressure any other businesses to do that kind of thing. Like, businesses are supposed to, at minimum, pay for themselves, and
I think the more
buy a business to make a loss. I understand.
I think, and respect everyone up there. Like, obviously, you guys are trying to get this down and relay to the proper people. We're not obviously here all to just gang up on you guys and try and make this us versus government thing. But it's important to note, I believe, at least from our part, the lack of communication. Because a lot of the sentiments that we saw from this second wave of import prices going up was commissioners on Life Invader saying we gotta stop the fix, we gotta stop these dirty, rotten, profit-making business owners, and we have to watch out for civilians. But where was the effort in there to communicate with us, to set up something like this, where we have an open forum to talk about these things? There didn't seem to be anything of the sorts, which is why we then have this animosity between each other, where it feels like there's such a big separation between all of us who are trying to not only provide a service to the city, but also make money ourselves, as well as the government. It feels like a finger was pointing at us and saying, hey, you guys are the bad guys, and this is what's going to happen, and you guys can either deal with it or, shut up. That's just my thoughts on it. Like I said, if you guys are taking this down and obviously putting it towards the right authorities to try and fix this, it would be great.
All right.
Definitely. The Chamber of Commerce will have a follow-up meeting with the government to try and find some common ground on this issue. But I think just so we can cover some more topics this meeting, we'll put that one to a close. Did the government have any final comments on that matter before we move on? Okie dokie. But yeah, I'm sure you can bring these this feedback to his attention, and potentially he can take the constructive criticism. Shadow, what topic would you like to move on to?
So I've got. This is more towards Weasel News. Where are they at? Weasel News. So let's just open discussion about advertising and working with Weasel. What do you guys offer? So I've heard about some new rules when it comes to advertising. What are these new rules? What can we expect from Weasel? Are there any ideas or future progression in the work?
Well, we obviously have our. Are you talking about our prices or the way we operate?
Pricing and, like I said, I've heard that there was a change where you have to own a business license to put out a Weasel news ad.
So there's been a lot of people, especially with the influx of foreclosures in the city lately, that are looking to rent out businesses, properties. We will advertise things such as the sale of a property. Does not require a business license to sell your own personal property. Where we require a business license is when someone is looking to rent a property. They then become a person who needs to acquire a real estate license. That is the big problem that we've been running into a lot. At least that's what's been coming down from our higher ups. That in order to rent out a business, or to rent out a personal property for rent, then a business license is required for that.
Okay, so the only license required for an advert is the real estate one if you want to rent out a home, but renting out vehicles, that's all fine to do without a license?
That is the whole big enforcement lately with licenses is renting out of property, not for the sale of property.
Okay.
Car rental service is part of licensing, is it not?
Yeah, that is also.
Oh, okay.
Pricing has not changed, to my knowledge.
Any input or questions for Weasel News?
I actually have a question about this license you were just talking about the renting out license.
Of course. What's your question, sir?
Well, doesn't the ruling for the licenses say that it's when you rent out multiple? Doesn't the ruling for the licenses say that that it only applies when you rent out multiple properties? It doesn't state starting with one, does it?
I think it's to do with the commercial state of it. So if you're renting out one, that's fine. But if you want to put ads out for it, you need a license.
What did he ask?
Sorry, who was that speaking?
No, it's Tom next to me.
It's me.
No, not him. Someone was speaking after him, I believe. I didn't hear what they were saying.
Who's asking the question? Can you please come forward a bit? It's hard to hear from the stage.
Can you, step up here, please, and make sure you speak up?
I actually noticed that in the ruling of the business licenses for renting out properties, it states multiple properties, not starting with one. Or, well, my question would be, is the license still needed if you want to rent out one property?
I believe the correct verbiage of the license acts in a commercial capacity. So that'd be what the government would define as a commercial capacity. Also, we don't have a way to regulate how many businesses or how many properties that person is currently renting out. We don't know if they are just looking for a final one of 8 properties they might be renting when they come to us and say, "Oh, how many?" Or I'd like to take add to rent out my one property. We don't know that they don't have 7 other properties that they're already renting out. That's the problem.
Yeah, just to specifically clarify on the license description, under real estate it says any business or person that acts in a commercial capacity by providing services in advertising and selling residential or non-residential properties possess a real estate license. So it's a singular as well.
I believe that you're also looking for residential renting in this case.
Yes, so in terms of residential renting and real estate renting,
I see.
really an individual person, you do not need to be a company, but any property that you want to rent out, you will need a real estate license. Any house residence that you want to rent out, you will need a residential renting license. So this is license PBL02 and PBL03. They have a monthly cost in terms of real estate. The residential one does not have a renting cost. It's $20,000 one time charge.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, thanks for asking my question.
No worries.
Hopefully we helped.
So if you wish to also do it privately, so if you aren't interested in really, like if you own 2 houses, you live in one, and you just want to rent the second just because it's there and you have it available, you can also do it through a real estate agency or an individual or a company that has one of these licenses. Specifically, Assured Services might be able to help out. Shadow Corp holds a real estate license, I think, but it's not our focus.
In terms of the residential renting, actually, it is possible to do it on an individual basis. So you can file a licensing. It's something that was changed a while back. You can file a license for yourself, just like event organizing. So for residential renting, you don't need to register a business. You just need to get the license for yourself. But that's not the same for most licenses. And also we might in the future expand licenses for example, vehicle renting, the way we did it. So licenses might change. They're subject to suggestions. So if anyone has suggestions in terms of the licenses that we operate, you're free to send it in for the government suggestion.
So I have a question on top of that. You said that a single individual can hold a license without assigning it to a business?
No.
Oh.
No, so you have to register the business, but if you're just a single individual trying to rent out your properties, there is no licensing fee registered with that for like monthly costs.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any comments?
What for business licensing in terms of renting houses or event organizing? You can file a license for yourself. You can check what.
Talking about licensing, let's just drop right into that subject, and I'm sure everyone will agree. Especially the monthly fees are very detrimental. I believe it really depends on the business you're running and how much you make regularly and how much business you can even get yourself. Again, businesses all have costs. And I know some people that have really been demoralized just trying to start a business because they're afraid they wouldn't be able to cover just the basic licensing costs.
I think the 2 worst business licenses will probably be fuel stations at the moment. Who is it, around 80,000 for your monthly one, with your very small margins given the import increase, as well as the gambling license, which I believe is $250,000 per month. And obviously, with it being a gambling license, the source of revenue isn't stable.
Anybody, any input about licensing fees? And then next will any input from the government if there's some reconsideration about some of these fees.
I think the only thing I would probably say is I think it is important for the government officials that are present here today to try and communicate with whoever has the power to change this, that you have a larger disparity for people who are, for example, doing freelance jobs, fishing, trucking, garbage truck, whatever, and they essentially don't have to really do much in terms of paying any licensing for the fish that they have to collect, anything of the sorts. But if we as business owners want to bring in an innovative idea to the city, to all of its citizens, we get essentially shafted by these monthly licensing fees, which are enormous, especially the gambling license. It's $250,000 a month.
Cyrus, I'm curious, do you pay, well, that's private.
I don't believe there is a single legally operating gambling business in the city. I know before this was implemented, the Diamond Casino was operating. However, that since I don't believe has been functioning. But I mean, I can't see any financially viable way in which you can run a casino or any sort of gambling.
I'm not sure how other business owners here, in terms of your profits work, nor do I look to understand that, at least not in a public forum. For Raven Lottery specifically, our profit margins are already acceptable. They're not high. They're fairly small, without disclosing too much. If I had to pay a license for 250K a month, I wouldn't be operating. That's all I'm saying.
Go to the left side, please. There's two individuals.
So, obviously, the government is always looking into the suggestions of the public, and this is a great forum for us to hear what the public has to say. So that's why I think Chamber of Commerce is important, because it lets business owners provide us with direct feedback. So just starting off with that. Secondly, as I said, Mr. Raven, in the past, in my past statement, is that the government is always looking into the licenses and the cost of licenses, and it is not out of the question that obviously I'll take it up to the next meeting, and I do see your point. It's not out of the question for the licenses to certain amount of licenses to be based on the bottom line of a company, on sales of a company, besides the taxes. So it would essentially be like it would work sort of like a tax, but it would really be a license based on certain.
I don't have
this is actually turning out
I don't
really
have
good.
a plan in my head right now formulated in terms of what the exact solution would be, but I do agree with you that perhaps a good compromise be, let's say, for example, a one-time small-ish fee for whatever license you're trying to acquire, and the way you then collect these in terms of monthly, it would be a percentage of your monthly profits, whether that's 1%, 2%, or 50% is obviously up for someone to decide. But a flat fee, when the government has no idea if these businesses are even making a lot of money or struggling to survive, does not seem like a good idea to me. So I do agree with you. The tax, where it's a percentage of your actual income or profit, is probably the general idea to go for.
I think now that there's been a good time period since these licenses and taxes were introduced, potentially the government may be up for some renewal of their monthly recurring fees. What we can do is, myself and Shadow, we can note down any business license which you think might need renewal or changing, such as the gambling one, which will be presented to the government and hopefully reviewed in their next meeting.
Just to go real quick before I look at Mr. Gallagher's question, just going over what was said by Mr. Raven and Mr. Witherfork. Essentially, yes, that is a good idea. If you could forward that if you could forward that an email, either to me or to Baxter, and we can.
One of
bring
the
it up
things,
with,
though, is
with the commissioner. I'm not saying that
people should
it
be able
will
to
be
run their own
something that
businesses
we will
without having a
for sure
scripted business.
implement. I'm not saying
And
it's something that we will
because of some of these
definitely
issues,
discuss,
they're discouraged
in
from
our
doing
next
so.
meeting.
Like
With
a pawn
regards
shop
to
would be a
changing certain
great business
licenses, as I
idea.
said
All
with
you
the
need is a
example
property.
for the gambling one,
Just build
is
in a
I
property,
understand that a lot
buy
of
and sell
businesses,
random stuff from
as
people.
Mr. Shadow said, don't track everything specifically, but obviously we don't want anyone evading tax evading. We don't want anyone going around the law. So there are certain businesses that we for sure can make it a requirement for them to track this and make this public for us. Otherwise, they could be liable to. They could incur in certain offences that would be punishable with fees or jail time if the commissioners think that makes sense, as it is something that has already been established with minor offences, moderate offences, and severe offences already being codified in the business licenses, as you, I'm sure, are aware.
I think some of the things that Jonathan brought up, as well as someone else, was the timing it takes to get things looked at, whether it's licenses and registrations. Is the plan from the government to make it so these things are taken care of, let's say, in like 24 to 48 hours time?
Some kind of consistency.
Yeah, the fact that we're waiting weeks for answers is just ridiculous when we're paying everything on time, like Willowick said.
But if you don't pay, they're going to contact you instantly.
Instant contact if you
So,
don't pay.
so I mean, carrying on with a little bit of licensing discussion, I've also reached out to the government, and again, this comes down to communication. I've reached out to the government to see if I could donate instead of paying fees. For example, sponsoring an event, giving away a vehicle that's equivalent to the amount that I have to pay fees in. I mean, I would definitely rather give back to the community and just people in the city than toss my money into a pit where we don't feel like we were getting any kind of communication or representation or any benefit out of even paying these licenses, except for the fact of just being allowed to be in business.
Yeah, also probably not the most comforting idea, considering a lot of our fees are getting put into subsidized businesses that will most likely work against us rather than for us.
We can. I think that's kind of a separate topic. We'll bring that up in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like there's a constant war on businesses making profits when we've put in such large investments to actually own the business, and they only want to lower our profits and limit us to making a certain amount of money.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Which doesn't make
feel like
any
they're
sense because that's why we
like
bought the
punishing us.
business. Yeah, it feels like a punishment for doing well.
We spend our time and money in the city, and we've done a lot of work, and we've accomplished a lot of things together. Everyone's kind of done their own thing, I'm sure. Worked with other people, and the government is just kind of, it feels like a hand slap. If any citizen is good with their money and manages their money well, they could expect to be taxed for it. That's what it seems like.
Any closing comments from City Hall representatives?
I mean, there's not a whole lot that Tiberius or I could say, unfortunately.
Exactly, yeah. Other than think everyone can extrapolate that taxes help the city function, it's up for debate whether the taxes are like the right value or not, and debate will occur eventually. but it's not, as a business licensing officials, it's not something that me or Baxter can really comment on. It is something that is up to the Board of Commissioners to decide. And a lot of people in the city think taxes are important because they are able to get back to the community by funding MD, by funding DCC, LSC, and allowing for such cheap prices of essential industries and essential services in the city.
So, well, connect between the government, which is agreed. I just heard. Is that Mr. Highland in the audience somewhere? Oh, there he is over there. Okay. Well, let's kind of transition over towards the. Willowick had a question about loans, the loan business. Could you repeat your question, Wilwick? And the individual behind you is Mr. Highland. He might have an answer or something.
Yeah, basically I was just curious if there is anything really that can even be done about having to wait 3-4 weeks, to get your refunds from these people who skip town on you. That holds up other people in town who really need to get loans as well. And the business in general, when you gotta wait on that kind of thing,
Currently, as some may know, there is the commissioners and a few others are working on a new department that will help a lot of people out in this city.
Hold on. Mr. Highland, can you come up here, please? Just so everybody can hear, because I think the individuals over on the left over here, or everyone's right, is. So the question was about getting returns and insurances from loan company defaults.
So yes, so I am a member of a new branch that the government's setting up called the Justice Department. We will be currently, there's a lot going on and future plans and so forth, but one of the matters that we're looking to address quickly are going to be these defaults on loans. It's going to be a few months before we get to that point, but we're hoping to expedite it drastically from 4 weeks to roughly a week. We are also working with the Board of Commissioners to petition for the ability to seize and redistribute assets. So we will be able to freeze all assets of a person. They will not be able to make a transaction withdrawing funds from their bank account, selling a vehicle, e-transporters, debit withdrawals, Visa withdrawals, loan withdrawals, anything like that. So that is something that is a few months out, mind you, but is something that we hope to amend.
To kind of tap on top of that, does that include any kind of contract? Loans included?
So, yes, loan companies will be able to request this service as well as private contracts. So there's a process being put in place about notarization of private contracts. For example, Jimmy here sells Johnny a car. They want to get it notarized so that it is authoritative and binding by law. Eventually, attorneys will be licensed and registered to be able to provide this service. And with a notarized contract, the court will enforce.
Tavares joined your channel.
Streaming.
Making
I know. That's speaking, right?
And should violation occur, they'll be subject
I can't tell.
Not just penal charges,
Has to be
but
bacon.
large fines and asset
Sound muted.
revocation.
Do we have any questions about that contracts and returns, and I guess the court getting involved in business Well,
we're looking to try and help out as best we can.
I'm sure that's very reassuring for business owners to hear.
what about evictions? Well, I'm sure
Evictions will be
that
a
can
big
happen
court order
privately.
as well. Yep. It'll be a court order with the help of licensing agencies, I'm certain.
You said we can expect all of this sort of stuff to be initiated in the next.
Tavares left your channel.
Don't plan on that waking up tomorrow morning and hearing about it. We're still in the opening portions. Business, so civil suits, contract negotiation.
See you soon.
That is something that we're looking to implement here in roughly a month once we iron out the introductions with the local enforcement, law enforcement divisions so that they realize the extra workload that we're putting on them to justify all charges.
Assuming stuff like legal representation in a criminal sort of way is not accompanied in that month production, that will come later.
That again?
I'm assuming that things like legal representation for criminal matters, so if somebody's either being interrogated or going to a criminal trial, will that be also within that 1 or 2 months date, or will that come later?
That will likely be after 2-month initial period. So the starting portion, we're going to be taking. Sorry. We're going to be recruiting. We're going to be seeking interested parties to join our department as licensed attorneys over the next short while.
Yeah, this is really good.
Obviously, I appreciate you guys not
This
disclosing
is absolutely needed. I see.
Excellent. Does anyone else have any comments on the matter? Next order of business, Shadow.
So we're starting to. A lot of the previous topics were just topics that were on the list to bring up and discuss. We actually do have some questions that were given to us on the event. One question was, I'd like to ask what steps business owners and state officials are taking to generate jobs and opportunities for ex-felons who wish to turn their life around. Do you guys have any?
I have some. So, personally, the government, no, does not. However, personally, my job at LSC, I take great pride in trying to make stuff for that happen. We currently have a program for ex-felons and ex-gang affiliated members called a work experience role at LSC, where you are not getting paid because the police officials in the city do not deem you as technically being unaffiliated for a certain amount of time. But we let you come work here, get experience there while you're not getting paid and you're still racking up hours. And if you make it to the end of some certain period where we're confident that you're not gang affiliated anymore, or you're actually turning your life around, then we pay you out all the hours that you have accumulated up until that point.
That's a really good idea.
To prove that you are actually out of that business. I am currently working with Solomon Cobb from DOC on getting more groundwork set for that kind of stuff and getting helping grow the program. I'm not sure exactly where he's at with it, but I know that he has been in contact with me trying to get more stuff like that going on too.
But to be fair, over the 2 years of me running Wisdom News, all my projects, including people that want to change their lives, have been shut down by the government. So,
Both Tavares and Baxter, you guys do cough drops.
We didn't really go through any kind of government approval for what I'm doing at LSC. I kind of just started doing it. And since we're not paying them until, we get approval from a law enforcement officer, then it's fine. What we are currently looking into for the government is a non-profit organization, and exactly how that's going to work with our current rules and regulations for people or private citizens to start having more of an input on reforming felons. Unfortunately, issues with Form C and gun licensing is not going to be anything that Travarius or I have any input on right now.
So in terms of Francis, you can, if you want, you can ask that question when I'm on duty on PD, and then I can comment on that since I'm in the firearms licensing division, but not right now.
In the end, though, the commissioners do decide on that, correct?
In the end, I believe it goes through Chief York and the commissioners. Yes.
Perhaps it's something that could be brought up as a concern.
All right. So on top of this, individual that had the question would it was Cobb. That's public. I'd like to know if the state's stance on nonprofit organizations and charities, as the current registration licensing is heavily focused on commercial practices, resulting in advertising avenues such as Weasel News, are not accessible. So is there any movement for nonprofit organizations, either less expensive licenses or opportunities where they can still operate as a business, but a nonprofit often usually only covers their expenses only, and licensing is, yeah.
That is still a conversation that I need to have with the commissioners. It is still in the very
Thanks for
early
following,
stages
Skeptics.
that I've spoken with Cobb about this. So you can rest assured that hopefully there is something in the works coming for it. We don't have anything to really, or any progress to share right now on it. Just know that it's something that's in the works and that we're looking into it.
So I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm not too sure who you are next to Tavares, if you don't mind me asking. So I can speak to you with your actual name. All right, Mr. Baxter. Hey, out of my 8 years at Weasel News, I've learned one thing, and that is requesting something from the government takes a long, long time. Everybody that's ever worked in Weasel knows the pain in the ass it is to get something approved or not to approved by the government. So when you say that you're going to be talking about the non-profit organizations, does that mean that we can advertise for them until you do so? Because otherwise we'll be here in 8 months without any actual improvement.
Well, okay, so the way I see the advertising aspect of it is you guys still allow advertising for a lot of businesses that technically require licenses like vehicles and stuff, and we don't say anything about it either. So
that's incorrect.
Is it incorrect?
Yes, trust me, in my 8 years of doing this, I've had Inori Komatsu on my doorstep maybe 2,000 times. And there is no clear regulation of what we can and what we can't do. They completely change over every month, every week. It is just not structured. So what I'm asking you now is, can we do the non-profit organizations? Can we do their advertisements? Because they're basically not business.
So that's a tough thing for me to answer right now, given my position, being lower than both Director Komatsu and Commissioners Langley and Osborne. What I will say is that it definitely feels like we're in a period of higher activity than a lot of the times we're used to, I think. Right? We see periods of activity and periods of inactivity from the higher ups in the government. I feel like we're in a period of relatively high activity, so I feel like response times to, especially their workers like Tavares and I, might be a little quicker than usual. And so I'm happy to get information out to that and make it one of my top priorities right now because it's something I'm also very interested in.
Sure, that's perfect. And that leads me on to the next question. I'm sorry, Shadow, this is a little bit sidetracked. This is what I wanted to say earlier, is that in the last update on the requirements for joining the government means that you cannot be management or above or having any business in the city. Do you not think that the opinions of people that are management or above or the people that have the actual businesses is of most importance?
So the issue with bringing on people into the licensing officials roles as business owners is conflicts of interest. As private or as what I do, I'm a manager at LSC, so there's no conflict of interest there really, since that's a publicly owned business through the government. So if maybe that was a confusion that you might have had, or if you really are talking like private business owners, like gas stations and convenience stores, you need a cough drop.
Cough drop stuff.
So it's been told to me multiple times that even if you are in a government-owned organization, you can still not join the government if you are management above. So I'm not sure how it works with you.
Well,
I'm saying
so
it's
there's me, who's a manager. Tyrone Cox, who owns Bayview, is also a licensing official.
I'm
So,
aware. But doesn't it work the same thing as PDIA? If there's a report on your girlfriend, for example, you can't take it. Couldn't that be also addressed in government for that case? Do anything regarding your own business or the business of your friends?
So we could definitely, again, it's going to sound frustrating, be saying, "Oh, we can look into that," but it's a matter of it's a complex issue and how we, where do we draw the line of how connected different businesses are, right? If we let someone in who runs a convenience store or 24/7 store or something, would we allow them to work on licensing regarding gas stations, given how closely in contact some gas stations are and who they want owning the gas station that's almost attached to their convenience store, right? So there's just a lot of intricacies that we need to look through before we say yes or no to who can sign on and what different, if you own this kind of business, you can only work on these kinds of business licenses and such, right? It would be a very complicated
No, I
process.
understand, but once again, that there's also personal interest. You probably have a friend as well that owns a business. Can say that for everything.
Possibly, sure.
I don't know.
Right,
Have
that's
to
what I'm
look
saying.
at the.
There should be more connection.
Yeah, I'm not
Like
sure.
I had the courtesy and I had to think that I was pretty close to the commissioners, but I know that still then it took so long to get something done. I waited 2 months to get my license accepted, and when it did, I didn't want it anymore. And I know that the response times are higher right now,
I
but
would
like
just
many of the people said
apply
here,
then.
there is no connection, there is no communication. At
If
least
it's not
looking at
there in like an OC
and
section,
having
then it
people
probably doesn't
inside
exist.
the government or more people inside the government might be able to change that. So that's what I would say is the biggest thing you can do.
So if I were to write a note down on this, would the big idea that you're trying to get across here just be more staff on board for us, or
more staff or more meetings like this? Like I think the people that are here right now, they have excellent ideas and they're just not being heard.
To go to that directly, there's I understand the concerns that you raised, and yes, in our last government meeting that we had, it's already a point noted that we want to get the recruitment process open again in the foreseeable future, perhaps expanding with the other departments. We do not know yet the details of this. And yes, Detective Bullock, we do have meetings with the government officials. So that's about as much detail as I can provide into this, because also there's not a lot to it. It's just we do want to expand the government, and we are attempting to do it slowly. Human resources is a bit stretched at the moment because the government is working on other projects as it stands. But as you can check yourself in the suggestions of the government, there's departments that are trying to get started from suggestions from the public in general, such as I believe Treasury and something like that, which a lot of people have signed the petition to create. So at this point, we haven't determined whether or not it will be created, but we do know that we want to expand the government, both in terms of competencies of what we do and in numbers of the members. But we haven't determined a deadline for this.
Okay.
That's what I can say.
So we should probably move on to the next topic. I don't want to keep everybody here forever.
Yeah, we get it. We all don't like their response time.
Yeah, it is something that they definitely need to improve upon. However they improve upon it is their own thing, I'm sure. I'm like, this meeting itself is a very good start to point out how serious we are about businesses, licenses, and communication and networking.
Can I just say something real quick before you move on, Shadow?
Go ahead, Cyrus.
Cough drop,
Cyrus.
Both Tavares and Baxter, if you guys if you take anything away from this last conversation we just had, I would drive the point home one more time. Communication is the key. And I don't mean the type of communication where both of us say, talk about it, then we won't really do much. I mean actionable things. You guys don't need to do everything on your own. We can help you with that. We're here because we have ideas and things we want to express because we think we can make not only our businesses better, but the city as a whole. So if it comes down to more regular meetings, more public interaction with both sides, we can actually get down to the brass tacks, get stuff done. That's at least at the very minimum what we're asking for. If everything else is to be ignored, at the very least that should be the main point that is being driven home. Okay.
Me spelling intelligence wrong, right?
Excellent. So I think moving on to our next topic of business, this is a personal one of mine. After reviewing some of these registrations, I've noticed some indiscrepancies between a few of them regarding registering to residential property. I have a specific example. A events organising business was denied its registration as the registering to a home address was not a suitable location to store personal information. And then a law firm was also registered to an apartment. It was initially denied for the exact same reason, and then 4 days later it was overridden with a little side note saying that do not register to another residential property again. Is there any sort of clear-cut protocol on this, or is this just kind of a case-by-case mismatch, you know, whatever's down to whoever's handling discretion is?
If you don't mind, I'll have the first word, considering that involves my registration. The situation surrounding this particular registration was, it was initially denied, as you say, because as a rule of thumb,
Thanks
I believe
for the
the
host,
government can
Spicy.
correct me, because this is me talking from experience, not from a factual basis. But from my experience, generally speaking, apartments and their home addresses don't really serve the commercial purpose for storing information.
What?
Having the proper
Seriously?
security, CCTV,
Wait, he's
etc.
been streaming since
The
like
reason
I
why
went to bed or
that
something.
denial was overturned into an approval was because I put $200,000 into personal property development, to where we now had a reception area, a private meeting with
Oh my
isolated
gosh.
sound padding, so
Go to
we can hear
bed.
from the outside as well as see from the outside into the inside with special windows, CCTV system, various safety protocols with a safe room included as well. And all of these things, after further inspection from one of the government officials, they then determined that this was no longer just a mere residential property, but instead it had been accurately converted into something that could be used for business purposes.
So yes, Mr. Witherfolk, as Mr. Raven said himself, in general, business licenses require an adequate space to be approved. So you will not be running a restaurant out of your home kitchen. So that is one of the things we do. And if anyone applies for a license and gets denied for some reason, they are able to fix that situation, so to say, ask for a government inspection to see if their new space is suitable, and then it can be overturned, the decision, which is what happened in the case of Mr. Raven.
Okay, so just to clarify, residential properties can be used as official business addresses as long as they have the necessary and adequate renovation to securely contain personal information.
Not just personal information,
Belongings as well.
Depending on the license, of course. You're not going to be running a liquor store out of your house. So again, due to health concerns, for example. So depending on the sort of license, with certain adaptation, residential properties are eligible for certain business licenses. Correct.
My business license got rejected because my outside boxing ring didn't have a fire exit. to tell you. I'm crazy.
How long ago was this?
A few months.
Wait,
Mr. Cox himself denied it because my boxing ring, which is not inside a house, it's outside in my yard, and did not have a fire exit.
oh my goodness.
At least not enough. Yeah, what?
Potentially, I think the issue here is consistency and it being a little bit too subjective. Potentially, if some public guidelines were posted specifying requirements for
Well,
property.
So, if you look at our list of licenses, whenever you're looking to rent your business and see which licenses you would need to purchase at a time, the requirements column on it tells you what you need. If you need a residential or if you need a business property, or if a residential property will work, the requirements column there will tell you what kind of what you need. That's generally where it's specified on.
But are they accurate? Because I've seen some where they ask for quite a bit, and you could actually run the business like I can't think of one right off the top of my head, but
For a while, I had my questions about accuracy or consistency as well, and I've tried reaching out to folks who have been doing this longer than me to get an answer on it. I recently discovered that column and realized that there might not be consistency, because I was also under the impression, oh, no residential property will be suitable for a business, and then I tried reaching out about it, couldn't get an answer from anyone, and found this and said, oh, maybe it's consistent. So it's definitely worth a look, I guess, to make sure that
I mean,
there's no inconsistencies, but obviously
so,
I think that there are.
Just an example, an interior design business, I'm sure 90% of them work out of their home, because that's where all their equipment, their computers and drafting and I sure wouldn't buy a property to do interior design drafting. I would do that from home because that's the most comfortable place to work, and in addition to the property that I might be interior designing.
Yeah. So maybe you guys, if you had to put this in one sentence, maybe looking to expand on what it is the requirements for certain licenses, and if it needs to be, then do it on business to business basis, because like Shadow just pointed out, some businesses it might say that you require a whole office building because of security and blah blah blah, but in fact your day-to-day operations is just you driving around and talking to people, selling whatever you have to sell, right? Don't really need all of that.
I've got a pretty nice apartment up in the city, and I'd rather take my clients there to kind of treat them to whatever they need versus taking them to a property that is kind of run down, not very well designed.
Well, that potentially ties into one of our topics, which is coming up, about introducing and allocating more business property space. Were you going to comment on that, sorry?
Apologies, fellow, I couldn't quite hear you. The last thing that you said, what was it? Allocating
No worries.
more business?
Yeah, allocating more business property space.
So there's a very limited amount. Sorry, let me just tack onto that. Right. There's a very limited amount of properties available. Many of them are closed. Many of them are locked. They're either not for sale or they're for sale for expensive prices. When I purchased mine, and I was unsure how much I was going to have to pay for it just to open it. And then the lack thereof is a major issue.
Yeah, just to give you a rough idea of the market value, there is I'd say a rather rundown grocery store in Palito Bay. Quite I'd say a moderate to a small sized interior space, which is retailing for around the $2 million mark, which obviously for a fairly low-end business property, very expensive, and makes it almost impossible for new business startups to find adequate spaces.
Welcome back. Sound resumed. Insufficient permissions. See you soon.
Right. So in regards to expanding business properties, I think even that is something a little that's of any of the topics we've talked about today. That's definitely above either Taveri's or my pay grade right now. And that is definitely one of those things in the city that I think.
No, this is not the new
As we're
PD in here.
explaining here, we're very much.
I'll
used
show it to you guys though. It's pretty
taking
amazing.
a long time, and unfortunately, I don't know if I can feel good saying that that's something we can look into improve anytime soon, but we can definitely jot it down in a note, and it will be read whenever I pass it along. That's the unfortunate reality of where we're at, I think.
Yeah, we just ask that these issues are brought to the attention of those.
Mostly just this, maybe some PD duty.
Got
a lot of stuff to do, so. No, yeah, I'll stream some PD stuff.
Should we move on to a next order of business, Shadow?
Yep. Which one is that?
Hi. So we've got another public question here about government plans to set up business bank accounts.
Yes, it's very important. I hate having to store everything business related in my own account because it gets confusing.
Yes. I was going to say, and especially speaking from my own experience, Assured Services has 5 subsidiary companies, all of which have to filter through a personal bank account, which makes it extremely complicated to manage finances.
Agreed.
You know, there's only so much a spreadsheet can do.
Well, any other input about, or even ideas when it comes to banking, finance management?
I will say to the government officials up there, it will probably even be a good point for you guys, because if you ever, you know, kind of goes back to the other suggestion we talked about maybe decreasing licensing costs and or going over to like a taxation system.
Whatever, spicy.
In order to get to that, we need good ways to keep our financials in order, which would probably be a good and even better reason to get a proper tracking system in place, as well as a business bank account, so we can keep everything in one place for whatever subsidiary or individual businesses we have. It would just be a win-win for everyone, I think.
So, sorry, let me just tack onto this right quick. I mentioned earlier when we were talking about something else, I would love to be able to pay my employees hourly and have a centralized location where those funds would come from. In addition to a corporate card where if, for example, one of our subsidiaries needs to purchase 30 Weasel ads, they can do it from the corporate card because they have that benefit being part of the corporate. But right now it's all commission based. Sorry, Tavares, go ahead.
So, as far as I know, as far as I'm aware, there is currently no government restriction on banking in terms of having multiple owners of one bank account. It's not illegal to have shared bank accounts. I understand that the banks around Los Santos currently don't really allow for this, but it is possible in terms of private banking to do this presently.
It's not that
although
bad.
private
There's
banks cannot
a lot of people here, and
necessarily
there's
issue
only like 5
credit.
tabbed out that are actually listening.
So I know
But they could also be
for a
watching
fact.
the stream too. So
Yeah, it's just I think the current issue we've got is all business funds have to at some point, intertwine with a personal balance, and
Yes,
this
exactly.
makes tracking finances very difficult. And as
It's
Xoza said, with expansion, we both want to expand our companies and staff team. However, it's almost an impossible task to do so unless the work's commission based.
so exactly, Mr. With the Fog. It's that at presently there is nothing. There is nothing against having shared bank accounts, and you could try to have a meeting with your bank and set one up. We are not stopping you from doing so.
that is an amazing channel, by the way. I watch that probably. I probably watch one video a week from him.
Anyone have any further comments or suggestions surrounding bank account additions?
All right, I think next topic. Yeah, do you want to cover that? I have kind of only read this far.
Yeah, no worries. This was another public question. Would the state be able to disclose their policies surrounding inspections? Are they allowed to inspect during times which could impede business operations?
So, as this is related to the contract that is signed and that will be reworked in future between the governments and the state, it's important due to the nature of what was discussed here by a gentleman that was present about what the city is working on with regards to a new department, since this appertains directly to legal situations. We will not comment on that for now, since it's something that's subject to a lot of change in the upcoming times.
Okay, that's fine. It's just I understand there's a little bit of discontent surrounding a particular inspection that took place during a club's grand opening, which was heavily impacted by government intervention. I think a SWAT team was involved after a government official wished to conduct a inspection.
Yeah, and that
was denied access to.
That inspection should have happened before the event. The doors were even open. From a business perspective opinion, the businesses, if any inspection should take place after hours or before hours, always.
I'll just say that for the government, it is important that everything is operating with the parameters of safety, public health, in terms of restaurants, for example, clubs, fire safety, any sort of hazard is in the interest of the government and the state of San Andreas, of everyone involved, that these regulations are met, and I am sure that the business owners are interested in keeping up with all of this. Not being very specific.
With those videos, I actually
have
set
these,
the YouTube video to 2x speed.
new departments that will
Because I
eventually
just want to see how he does
understand,
it, and
will
I can watch it
impact
at high speed. So
the way businesses are inspected, but I am sure that it will be in the contract that we will inspect
Tobin,
businesses
thanks for the follow.
either with scheduling or without scheduling in specific conditions, which will be discussed in the future. I'm sure every business owner can agree that government inspections are important for the functioning of their business and the safety of their clients. If anyone would like to disagree that of the importance of inspections.
No, I think we all agree on the importance of inspections and ensuring customer well-being. It's just we take slight issue when it, so you've got to understand convenience of inspections, obviously whether it's done ideally prior to an event, but we understand that that's, sometimes not a viable option given around your shift patterns. However, during opening hours where it definitely impedes on the operations, obviously that's just quite unreasonable.
Hold on. Somebody walked in. I would like to introduce
Commissioner.
Commissioner Langley. Would you like to come sit up here in the center chair, please?
He's going to say no. Just
What am I on trial?
No, I mean, that chair is reserved for you, so.
We've even warmed it for you, Commissioner Langley.
That chair.
Yep.
The little one.
The one in the middle.
Okay.
Why does it get a nice chair and I'm stuck with it? It doesn't even same place.
I thought it was Alex's chair, honestly.
We prefer Lewis.
I noticed how Lewis walks so fast.
With Rick, sorry, you can continue on your topic.
I think this topic was just about coming to a close, that we understand the importance of inspections and ensuring that businesses are complying with lawful obligation to keep staff and customers safe. We just ask that they are obviously conducted in a reasonable manner.
Commissioner Langley is at the center chair right up here. What question are we on?
Well, that comes to the end of the public ones.
All right.
I don't know if you have any more topic discussions.
So, should we just open the floor?
Yeah.
I mean, we've covered a lot of topics today. Does anybody have anything they want to add, either pertaining to any of those topics or any new topics that they would like to bring up? Questions for either the Chamber of Commerce, the government, Weasel News, and any other representatives that might be in this room. All right, so the topic about individuals' criminal records trying to turn their lives around. We did bring that up a little bit. LSC has a program that they're kind of working on. I'm sure there are several other businesses that would like to help out. Shadow Corp has a few jobs and tasks that an individual could contribute to and make some money, mostly based on commission. But I think that's more of a Langley question.
Sorry, what was the question? My attention drifted.
What the state's doing to provide employment for ex-felons.
I mean,
people trying to get out of the criminal system.
Yeah, absolutely. So, a couple of points on that. We've recently, I say recently, over the last 18 months or so, we've introduced the Probation and Parole Division at the Department of Correction. We recognise that changing an individual must start from
you know, the institution that they were put behind bars for whatever sentence they served. So hopefully that drastic measure
I think you need a cough drop, Commissioner.
That drastic measure.
that drastic measure with the probation and parole division definitely helps. I think we've seen. I think it would be fair to say I don't have any stats on me. That's very successful. And then you've also got like the government subsidised jobs. You know, like various employment opportunities around the city that you can continue to do. You can also, as far as I know, have access to your parole officer throughout. So it's not just a one-time deal. They're there to support you, or they should be.
Yeah, so
Is
from
there-
personally working within the Detention and Parole Bureau in the Sheriff's Department, I can confirm that there was a work set up between government organisations such as mechanics or taxi job to set up future employment schemes for those who pass the scheme.
Also, is there any movement pertaining to this with the court?
For the record, Commissioner Langley, Tavares and I said nothing about that. There was another member here who claimed to be part of that and was saying stuff about it.
Looks like he had to step away.
Is still anything yet on that, but will be announced more soon.
If I may, we spoke at great lengths with both the representatives, Jan as well as Baxter. I think they've done an excellent job at writing down everything that we've been discussing here today. I think the only shame from my part is that you weren't present to observe all of it. What I would like to ask you directly, Commissioner, is if you will vow to make an effort in having, let's say, monthly meetings with business owners, as well as yourself and other commissioners, as well as other government employees, into making sure that we can have actionable goals to meet for business development, whether that's new ideas or things that we can collaborate on. I think one of the main things that we all talked about here today was the lack of communication between both our sides, which seems to be hurting how we perceive each other.
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing for sure. I won't actually be at those meetings. I can't commit to that every month. But what I can commit to is someone from the business licensing division attending those meetings and bringing back feedback to the table.
So the Chamber of Commerce is something that exists. It is. I would really like it to be part of that bridge to communication. And it's going to be a consistent thing. I don't know if we'll have a meeting monthly or Witherfork, myself, and I'm sure a few other attendees will have to talk about how often these meetings will happen. But just by this turnout, I think it's very clear that it's important, and I think it's a good way to communicate how things are happening in the city.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you and Wilford plan on running this, Shadow, but perhaps one of the things that I could suggest is done is in a good effort for both our sides to see some progress, both on how the government wants businesses to act and how we want the government to act. Maybe it would be in our best interest to keep track of what we've spoken about, let's say in this meeting, and then next month talk to these government employees that will be representing the government, and them telling us what steps specifically they've made into achieving that goal, whether they've talked to someone about it or whether they've actually implemented new policies.
Yeah, well, absolutely. This event was set up surrounding the recent changes, mainly to do with import prices, but also, as you've noticed, has covered topics which, have been going on for several months.
Or years.
Or years, yeah. But like I said, notes have been taken both from the Chamber of Commerce, from government representatives, and Weasel News up there. And we will be continuing our efforts to maintain communication with state officials and improve the level of communications that happens with business owners, the general population, and the government.
Can I make a suggestion as well?
Of course.
I don't know if it's something that anyone that works for your organization that may be interested in, but having a appointed stenographer or something that records everything that May spoke about and goes over everything that was spoken about in the previous meeting. That way it can be touched on exactly and nothing's looked over. I mean, it would obviously add some time that we're already kind of running long on, I imagine, is in comparison to what you were expecting. But just someone to document everything that's talked about. That way, it's obviously touched up on the next meeting.
We're kind of hoping that Weasel News would do that for us.
I mean, you know,
Yeah, I'm sure we can confer our notes just to make sure that everything that we've touched on will be presented to the government.
Absolutely.
Any other topics, questions, or anything to bring to the floor? You're free to leave at any time if you'd like.
Yeah. And it looks like this meeting's coming to an end-ish.
Yeah, we're about done. Opening the floor to everybody with any questions, that's kind of the last step.
I'm not a government representative, but I think I can give a good shot at answering Umber's question. I think I speak for everyone here that I don't think anyone.
What are you doing?
Hey, buddy, can you get help me?
Yo.
Go on, take a seat over there. Sit down
No,
anyway,
I'm going. Yes, okay, I'm going.
Oh my god, hello?
Apologies, Raven. What you were saying?
It's all good. To answer Umber's question, I think I speak for everyone here. When I say, sir, do you mind? Security?
We haven't had an interruption for almost 2 hours now on this guy.
Yeah.
See this guy walk around the room.
Sorry, if you can just try and continue given the slight distraction.
I will definitely do that. I don't think anyone of us wants like the general Los Santos populace to be super affected by stuff like gas price. I
How's it going,
think
Zook?
that everyone wants a fair
Thanks for the
shot
follow.
at making a, a profit.
This is the
because we
Chamber of
are
Commerce
buying
meeting.
Businesses at the end of the day, while also giving accessible prices to citizens. I understand that Commissioner Langley thought there was this huge fix going on, and I'm sure he made steps from his own position to try and curb the effects that this was having towards the civilians. I just hope with broad communication comes broader understanding. Maybe we can work to reduce import prices and come with a deal where citizens aren't affected by outlandish gas prices, and business owners can still make a decent profit, compromise both ways.
Yeah, well, I'm sure as well, given just business nature in itself, if import prices are decreased, then there'll be more leeway for competition, and I'm sure a fuel station owner will see an opportunity to, maintain a healthy profit margin, whilst also being financially viable, and will decrease his prices, which might start a little bit of a decrease in prices across the board.
Stop! Spooky!
Yeah, I don't think any of us are unreasonable or overly greedy. I don't think. I mean, really, we're just trying to cover costs, and anybody who overcharges, I think, would just be undercut by the people with higher morale when it comes to doing business.
So,
Exactly.
I, just to add on real quick, I don't think that the principle by which Commissioner Langley was operating by, which is he thought there was a price fix, isn't necessarily a completely wrong assumption, right? I don't think we as business owners should be encouraging the government to support price fixing. So maybe some sort of legislation against that is fine. I think that it would be good to pay attention to economic forces that are maybe forcing business owners to bump up their prices roughly at the same time instead of instantly assuming a price fix. So, as many others have mentioned here, if import prices do indeed go down, and we still see that every single business is putting their fuel prices at $20 without any change, maybe that's something we should definitely look into and definitely solve, because it would most likely indicate some sort of fixing.
Absolutely.
My post on Life Invader about price fixing was very emotional to me, yeah, because it reminds me of those who have just landed, who have just arrived in the city, they're struggling to make ends meet, and suddenly every single company in the city, without warning, put their prices up on fuel, which I think affects people the most, you know?
Yeah, I think when I was trying to bring up on Life Invaders that I think when it's stuff like import costs, where owners don't really have a say, unfortunately, it comes down to a lot of the times them having to put that increased cost onto the customer. It's not something that I think people want to do, which is why if we all together work into negotiating, let's say, maybe a decrease in import costs, where we still get a good amount of profit for the businesses that we bought and maintain every day, then citizens do still get an accessible fuel option. And I think everyone can be happy with that, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure we all in this room sympathise with those who are new arrivals to the city and going to make ends meet. But I think potentially what we're suggesting is a more diplomatic solution to possible collusion than a slap up increase in import prices.
In the end, I believe a big player is communication.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that's what this meeting has really highlighted with pretty much every single topic that we've covered.
So,
just to tell, I understand Commissioner Langley wasn't here the entire time. Like I said one more time, Jedman and Baxter have been doing an excellent job in taking down everything we've said. I think it would do everyone in the government side like really good to just take a look at that list, see what complaints we're trying to put forth, and then get back to us on what can be done.
No worry.
Does anyone have any further topics for discussion that they would like to discuss?
Our director was here somewhere. Where is she? Is
I
Miss
think
Komatsu hiding at the back?
I thought I heard her yelling outside the door. I'm not entirely sure where she went.
is there a policy to how long they are idle?
I think it just depends on who gets to it. I believe Baxter and Jen mentioned that they had recently hired a lot of people to do that, so that you would hopefully see an increase in a decrease in the amount of time it takes to get registrations as well as licenses accepted. You can correct me if I'm wrong though.
Would a member of the business licensing be able to give us a rough average as to the amount of time it takes for registration to get reviewed?
Mr. Verstetten just quite rightly pointed out, I think ideally we'd like to say they're responded to in an average of 10 working days. But some are processed quicker than others in my experience.
10
because
days?
of the type of license. For example, if Director Komatsu wants to chip in, feel free. Entertainment licenses, for example, take slightly longer because we need to do additional checks.
Is there any chance we can reduce that to 7 days? I mean,
I think
businesses are
ideally
trying
I'd
to.
love to say 5 days.
Okay, yeah, businesses.
Realistically,
I think I.
numbers now. There's also another project that I want to work on, and I mean I might as well tell you guys while you're all here. You know how you register property at businesses, yeah, as the process
Yeah.
you follow. Well, I'm proposing that we do the same with residential properties too.
What do you mean residential properties?
Houses.
Do you think the government has the resources and staff available to do that in a timely manner? Because obviously, if we're seeing a 10-day, lag time for a registration to get
What?
approved, and obviously there's probably about 10, 20, 50 more times residential properties in the city than there are business properties.
Are you talking about like rental properties, or literally all residences?
Literally all residencies.
Oh my goodness.
But hey, I haven't announced anything yet to the internal team, so it's work in progress. But I thought, as you guys wanted communication, I'd bring it up now.
Paul, we need a cough drop.
Well, just to conclude that topic about time, obviously the current time is around 10 days, but as the commissioner stated, they are making efforts to decrease that. I heard the distance voice of Director Komatsu stating that training sessions will be taking place for new employees tomorrow, and we should start to see improvement shortly. Any other topics that people like to bring up? Okay. Well, I think we're about there, Shadow.
I agree. Okay. I just wanted to reiterate the Chamber of Commerce is for businesses, business owners. Paolo Witherfork and myself, as Xoza Shadow, have hosted this, but that is not to stop any other business to step up to the plate and be standing here with us and bring topics to the table, as well as hosting these meetings themselves. This is all a opportunity for communication, bringing to light concerns, questions, and issues, not only for businesses to other businesses, but businesses to the government and so on and so forth.
Absolutely. If obviously anyone has any further questions, myself and Xoza's number are available on the poster for this event, which you can find on Life Invader if you head to the Chamber of Commerce. I would also like to extend my personal gratitude to those representatives from the government who have made the effort to come here. Obviously, we understand that this session, there's been quite a lot of questions directed at the government. This is obviously with no malicious intent. It's just we're glad that this has opened up some more streams of communication. I'd also like to thank Weasel News for representing and Cerberus Security for providing a free service for this event.
Thanks to everyone involved. Sorry I was late. I had another meeting.
No worries.
Mr. Mozzarella, just in response to your question, if your property is being used both for business and residential purposes, you'll just have to pay the one fee. You won't have to pay two.
It sounds like
Any more
businesses
closing
from
comments,
a
Xoza?
house can. I have nothing more.
Okay.
I will
Well,
be sticking
thank you.
around for probably 30 minutes or so if anybody wants to talk.
Myself too.
Specifically one-on-one or in a small group or whatever. But as for that, I think we're good to close.
Thank you everyone for attending the first public inquiry session. We hope it's been constructive.
For having us.
That was really good. I wasn't expecting how good that was going to be.
Well, given the turnout, Don, Potentially, definitely.
Yeah,
Oh.
government employee. You can meet me at City Hall if you.
Sounds good.
I'm pretty sure he works for government.
Oh, excellent work, Shadow. This turned out a treat.
Yep.
Absolutely agreed.
Sure.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. For
Raven,
your
we should talk. I've got some ideas for you.
and your time.
Sure.
Hey, Commissioner, would we be able to schedule a follow-up meeting? Obviously not public, but
Sure.
privately with the Chamber of Commerce, just to discuss progress. Obviously, once you guys have reviewed the notes.
Chief Shadow, Mr. Witherford, if you want to, if you have any other ideas that you'd want me to bring up at the meeting, just send it to me.
Yeah. No worries, but yeah, like I said, it would be nice if we could schedule a follow-up meeting. Obviously, once you guys have had the time to discuss these ideas which have been presented, and then that feedback can be given to the Chamber of Commerce, which can redistribute it to those business owners. Yeah, thank you, Umbra.
Welcome, bro. I love your outfit.
Thank you guys for coming. Raven, we'll talk privately. It's.
Yeah. You have my phone?
I don't.
No worries, Commissioner.
I don't have the Raven lottery ad as well, but there you go.
No, I don't have your number.
Couple options. Osman has not notified Papadakis directly.
Cyrus, what's your number?
535 6160.
Okay, cool. I'll text you.
We haven't sworn the judge.
I'll probably bounce. See you around.
Okay, have a good one.
So now they're not officially judges.
Who had? Was that Michelangelo, right? Was that your name? What's up?
Yeah, thank you very much, Papadakis.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. If you have it.
Well, try again. Might need a cough drop.
Better?
Yes, now you can.
Right. So I had a question about people with that had the criminal record, and they're trying to flip their life and change drastically and get into government jobs. Since I'm talking about myself too,
Yeah, thank you again.
I think this topic is getting like put away like somehow.
Were quite tough on
Because there are a lot of.
I feel like you had
don't worry about it, fella. No, listen, a lot of the things
So
that you
you're talking
mentioned
about
is stuff like
government
even
jobs
other
for
things,
felons.
like, for example,
I didn't even know
like
about the LSE thing.
PDE or something, because I love PDE, and that's what I'm avoiding. But I'm currently working as a system manager at DCC. But, I think I have a criminal record. What feels like 3 months ago was my.
Well, what was the crime though?
Was operating a chop shop where I first came into the city. And the problem is I'm talking about myself, changed drastically, I guess. And got a bit of trust from, I guess, everybody in my group, so in my job, and I guess somebody from police department, medical department. Made a lot of friends, and they could trust me, I guess.
I think.
So
that really that falls more towards law enforcement and less business. So it really comes down to like commissioners and how they handle your case. There's a judicial system that is in progress now as well, and maybe the court can help you wipe that tarnish off your record kind of thing.
Yeah, because I'm a friend with Samuel Colonna, which is detective. So, and he told me that the only way for me to get my criminal record removed and to prove to police department, sheriff's department, that I'm not the man that I was before, is informing and snitching. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Putting myself in danger, I guess.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't be, but being in helping out police officers is a again, it really comes down to the court or the commissioners. It's less about business stuff. So that's more of a question. That's more a question for law enforcement.
Well, since you are one of the commanders of the police department, I guess, and you wrote on the Livestream topic that you would bring up this questions, I guess. I felt like it'll be a good like opportunity to talk to it about it, like in person.
Which part are you talking about?
About ex-felons that they're trying to flip their hair.
Yeah, try finding solutions to business, like business solutions. Trying to find work, maybe get into jobs like LSC and DCC. You said that you work for DCC.
Yes.
So the fact that you have cleaned up your life and made your way into essentially a government job, that is the kind of thing that there are other felons out there that are looking to do that as well, but they're struggling to do so. Now, I know DCC does take prior felons as long as they've kind of turned their life around, but when it comes to law enforcement, it's very strict. It's a lot harder to clean up your past because it's a felony. Like it's one of those things that's very, very hard to forgive. I can't speak on behalf of the commissioners or the judicial court, so you'll have to take it up with them.
So for me, the only way is to reach out to the court, right? Somehow.
They just came into town maybe a few days ago. And the commissioner said that there's still a lot. Well, Mr. Highland plus the commissioner said there's still a lot to do. Mr. Highland's already kind of covered a few topics, but it really comes down to what is in progress. It's just right now it's just a waiting game. Like we need to just wait and figure out what's coming up.
Yeah, and I'm not like pushing or something because I'm good where I am right now, and but you know I'm not like I'm thinking about my future and like whatever happens I have a solution, and a good like past and reputation. But since I don't have a good past, which I'm really guilty about, I wanted to try to clean it up and make things more happier and more cleaner.
Agreed.
Cough.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. Yeah, thank you for your time. I guess if you're busy.
Yeah, no problem. Just feel free to reach out to me. Like I said, it's really more the courts and law enforcement for your record being expunged.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen in very, very rare circumstances. But as I know it now, no law enforcement agency hires anybody with a felony.
Yes, and that's completely understandable. I'm just trying to get it removed just somehow, as you saw it already. It's only about the court, I guess, and I have to reach out to them somehow.
But if I were if I were in your shoes, I would do the same thing, and I would just keep pursuing and trying to find a solution and making a positive impact on not only yourself but on society and anybody that you encounter.
Exactly. Thank you very much, and thank you for the great job you did, guys. Here, it was pretty helpful and a lot of communication.
Agreed. Thanks for coming.
Right.
Yeah, and again, thank you very much for your free services.
All right, so we're gonna get the security going now. All right.
Absolutely, that's fine. Thank you.
Great, thank you, guys. And I wish the best for this idea. If you need me in there, I support it.
Okie dokie, yeah. Stay safe, Papa Dakis.
So yeah, you have already thanked me for my presence, and I guess it's my time to thank you guys for the work you did here. I think that this is a great forum for the business owners to meet with the government and listen to each other's opinions, for us to listen to suggestions directly, not just through the community letterbox. I think it's a great idea, and I hope that this can benefit both business owners and the government mutually moving forward.
No, it was our absolute pleasure to host this meeting. I'm glad I finally got a use for this room after doing it. Never actually got to put it to the test, but
right.
It was actually, it went pretty well. I was surprised.
Yes, swimmingly.
Yes, on this weekend. Yeah, it was good.
But yeah.
We parked. Well, it's complicated.
I like how the commissioner didn't even realise that he owned the building.
I know. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for that.
No worries. Stay safe.
All right, have a good one, Tavares.
Yeah, excellent work, Shadow. Sorry for missing my cue to give you a little shout out at the start there.
Well, we can both do that. That was
I had a
was
key to the
success.
building.
I'm sorry?
I had a key.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, my key still works from
Excellent.
our recent
From Shadow Corps, your contract, yeah. I guess they transferred all the doors which had the locks in, you know. Still got the old keys. I didn't throw that away.
I don't remember where my office is, but
Oh god, yeah. Where would yours be? I think yours would be in one of the MD floors, which they vacated.
this
But yeah,
this was amazing. Like, very well done on the artwork.
beyond my expectations. Hawks, full credit to them.
The advertisement was a little drove some people the wrong direction.
The
but
GPS hitch.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, we noticed that afterwards.
But I think we should maybe once a month. Thinking.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking that next week, Shadow, we meet up on the weekend again, and if we write a follow-up email, we set up a private session with city or some representatives just so they can run through the progression, and that will all allow them to give time to discuss the topics, and so we can get their feedback as to what they plan on doing.
I think
just
we
to make
should.
Sure that.
So you, myself, and who else were very open and outspoken on the business side of things? I like Raven.
Yeah.
So I think he should be included. Seth was very outspoken as well.
Yeah, he is.
With Vince, yeah.
Vince, I think, was trying to mainly promote his mayor campaign, which he's been trying to do for several years.
Just so it's not just you and I think we do need to include a few other business owners. Or
guys, Willowake also brought a few inside as well.
Yeah, because I mean, did you mention, Shadow, about potentially having a seat during government meetings?
I didn't. That's a good idea. Was that on our list?
No, but I mean, we can bring it up in our follow-up email about potentially having a Chamber of Commerce representative or representatives present during meetings, at least just to take notes. If we're allowed an input, that would be greater. I believe we should have an input. Obviously because of their recruitment, obviously not a single one of them is a business owner.
But at least know what to expect.
Yeah, at least we're able to give a feedback on the side.
I do agree with the gentleman saying that we have to have somebody who takes notes. That's definitely going to be a must, so we can bring back for every inquiry. The previous inquiry would happen, and just do like a quick resume of the last inquiry, just to see what's going on and where we're up to with the, especially with the previous one who wasn't there. I do believe that we should have somebody who writes down and take notes of every inquiry.
Well, I think all of the topics that we discussed stemmed off mine and Shadow's discussions, which obviously will be logged. So we've got a document saved with our topics for this meeting at least.
We'll be refining it together, and publishing it
next weekend. Yeah.
as well as
Next
bringing it up
weekend.
to the commissioners and the government.
Yeah. Right, well, I think I've got to head out of town. James, where do you want to lift to?
Just Sandy would be fine. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, I could do
Is
that.
that too far?
Really
Actually, you know
quick,
what? Actually, you know what? No, just drop me at the. Do I have enough? Just more than.
She is being a little ornery right now, right? Okay, I think that went very well. All right. Do I need to turn myself up? I shouldn't have to. So the game is turned down so you can hear voice. Just overall, in general. Michelangelo, you need to ride somewhere?
Hello?
Do you need to ride somewhere?
I mean, yeah, but I guess my cab is coming. I will probably scream them because I was waiting here for 10 minutes or something.
How far out are they?
What feel like 1 kilometer from here? 1 mile?
Oh, okay.
You good, you have to go probably somewhere. I have to go to DCC, so nothing special.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Have a good one.
You too. Enjoy.
All right. Now that that is done, I've already shipped in cars yesterday. I probably need to put on... Let me double check. I do need to do blips. So, gas station tomorrow. I need to do atomic today. Yeah, I know. that would have hurt. Vehicle impact should, like, they do damage to both parties, right? But they should do damage also based on the weight of the vehicle, which is a statistic of vehicles. For example, if a large semi-truck runs into a pole at, let's say, 60, they should take less damage than if a compact runs into a pole. Oh, blip. I just need a blip, that's all. Yes, so I got the house right next to... Yeah, it went on sale. I paid a little bit more than I wanted to, but it's a nice house. There's one across the street that a few people said that would be better because it parks, like, you could park 8 vehicles over there or something, but I'm not buying it because I want vehicle parking. I'm buying it because it's nice and it's close. It's got the little garage right there in the back that I could just pull right up to. I'll probably fence that off, but I don't know how well, like, I can't move right now. But I'll probably fence it off so it separates the drive from the back alley. I usually do my own building, but I might. There are some things that I'm severely thinking about hiring people to do when it comes to building stuff. Life Invader, I've seen a lot of really cool things.
Hey, what's up, old timer?
Jason, how's it going?
Another beautiful day in the hood.
My usual blip.
Yeah, you get a expensive one, right?
No, not usually. I'm thinking about it though.
Okay. I mean, want to try it and see how it works out for you?
I don't know if no, I don't have enough right now.
Okay.
Just the regular one. Let's do 4 days. Wait, how much is it?
How many?
No. No.
4 days?
7. Yeah, let's do 7 days.
Yeah, it should only be like 14K total.
Yes, I was thinking something else, but I did have. I gotta get rid of them. I don't use them, so I'm. I mean, I'll buy them temporarily, see how they are. If I like them, I'll keep them. If I don't like them, I'll eventually get rid. I just don't need a bunch of cars, so. Yeah, I agree.
There you go. Beautiful. You
Nice.
need one for the gas station yet?
I'll need one tomorrow.
Alright. You want to do it the same way, or are we just gonna leave the gas station name on it this time?
I haven't had any communication from the store owner, so I mean, there's a reason I want to. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand.
I'll keep representing both. It's in my benefits, so.
Yeah, for sure.
I will accept that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it kind of helps you out a little bit, because if they see that there's a store there and they're like, oh shit, I need something to drink, something to eat, you know, they may stop and fill up their tank while they're at it, opposed to, you know, going somewhere else.
Right. And that's why I'm choosing the gas logo or icon versus the shopping icon.
Sure. For sure. I would have done the same thing. To represent your business before, you know, but you still.
Right. I'm the one paying for it, so.
Exactly.
If they ever get in contact with me, however, let me see if they've ever even texted me. I don't think they have.
That's Lex's place, right? Yeah, Erickson. Nice.
Since they're public.
Hell yeah.
And I've texted her several times. I'm actually hoping that she'll lower the prices, because I would love it to be a one-stop shop kind of thing. However, her prices are super high. I would rather drive to Wanted Refresh or literally the other side of the city just to save money.
If, regardless of where I'm at, I mean, I always drive over Bacon
and
Stop,
that's one of my
you know,
goals,
just
right?
because, I mean, it's cheap prices.
Be a business mogul and own a super. That's really
Unless,
the thing I'm trying to do.
Has finally beat those prices. I know it was close for a while, but
who?
I mean, Wanted Refresh. If his prices are any better now, I knew that he was talking about lowering the prices, but Bacon Store, you know, I go in there, I get a water and a burger, and that's about it.
Huh. Yeah, I'd rather go. Well, is his prices lower or no?
Bacon's? Yeah, that's where I go.
No, I mean Wanted Refresh. What are their prices?
I know they're close. I don't think they're better.
No, they
but
don't.
I mean, that's all the way over on the east side.
But you can only
You know,
own
fuck am I doing
/
over there?
manage 2
You know,
businesses.
I don't have any business over there.
So there's a limit.
Really too much to see the ocean.
I'm gonna head on duty. I will call you. Are you? Yeah, I'll call you about the blip tomorrow.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I'll be around. I'm in Alloway for PD. I got the Seth's last day is tomorrow at Weasel, so I'm gonna have some shit to do.
Yeah, he told me about that. I guess he's retired.
Yeah. I mean, he's done it for 2 years, so I mean, it's about time. You know, he's brought it from pretty much fucking nothing. You know, other people.
Good riddance. I mean, no, I'm just kidding.
No, other people were using it as like a fucking, you know, treasure chest. Seth took it from, you know, complete shit and turned it to what it was, you know, what it is now. So, he's done good.
Yeah, Seth has been really helpful to me in the past.
Yeah, for sure.
He kind of disappeared off the face of the earth for a while, but he was always a person I can call and count on.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, yeah, be safe. Don't work too hard.
You as well.
Oh, I'm not gonna.
All right. They should add businesses to stats. Don't really need to though. Do businesses count? No, they don't. Sorry, I already answered that. I don't know what happened to my vehicle. I think it's that weird bug that just breaks things at random. I didn't hit anything, did I? I don't think I hit anything. I almost got hit. Gonna do my regular repair and then I'm gonna go on duty. Or a regular repair and go on duty. Yeah. Have you guys seen Pillbox? That's an amazing addition as well. I love all these new add-ons, like opening up the map add-ons, because it really kind of reveals how open a building could be if doors were open, kind of thing. It brings a lot more immersion into the world.
Hello, Shadow.
Hi. Just need a repair?
Repair, alright. Can I see your license?
So when people roleplay with you, you don't have to wait for a do they look. If you want to respond right away, it's more than acceptable.
Chief.
What's up?
Much.
Alright, thank you.
Sure, I'll ensure that he gets free labor.
Alright. Alright, so you want a repair, correct?
Correct.
Alright, one moment. James, does he get free labor on repairs too?
Everything.
Everything, alright.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, I am.
I'll be right back.
It's not because I'm a chief, it's because I've got a contract with LSC. I'll take that car.
Yep. Have a good one.
Ah, so lucky. Wait, that's a... Yeah, that's a super. That is an amazing car. I almost called it a Feltzer when I saw it pulling out, because the back end looks like a Feltzer. But it's made by the same company. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. I have one question if it's alright if I ask.
Yeah, what's up?
How fast does one of these go, man?
185 max.
Alright. This
But-
seems pretty fast acceleration.
The biggest benefit is the acceleration, the all-wheel drive, and that it's quiet.
Yeah, I can
I
tell.
think it's a super.
Well, thank you for coming to Lessons Customs. Hope I see you again, man.
You as well. Yeah, it's the ETR1. Yeah, it's a supercar. It's a beautiful car. It's because it is a super where the regular Sultan would be. It's just a sport. Just like the Banshee. It's like a supered version of the car or something. Just like the Banshee is a sport, but the Banshee 900R, is it RR? The 900R is a supered version. So the ETR1 is made by Emperor, and the Feltzer Oh, the Feltzer is made by Benefactor. I should have known that. Yeah, the drag has been modified to be strictly more of a drag vehicle, and its turning is not that great. I mean, I think it was maybe a little
Sorry.
too restrictive, but it does make more sense that it goes fast in a straight line. Yep, you guys gonna see the new PD. Looks like parking's full. Oh, that's weird. I guess jackets don't get the animation. So if I take off my chest piece, plays this clothing change animation. But I guess jackets probably wouldn't. Huh. Yeah, I guess jackets don't play the animation. Maybe it's dependent on the jacket. Captain, how's it going? Oh, it is like the entire interior was redone. There is no trace of the previous interior. This is huge. It's a little laggy, but it's not bad.
So
George, 255 is 1099. Can I be back 1080 now?
All right, let's do a quick tour for those of you who can't actually get inside of here, and because we wouldn't, ideally we wouldn't. I don't believe we would do tours at all.
Joey, Xoza, I have a question.
What's up?
Why do I have keys to this door?
I don't know. Why do you have keys to this door?
I have no idea. I don't work for PD.
Do you work for DOC?
Oh, does DOC have keys?
Hey, George, to do Watson outcome.
Yeah.
That's
Not off
weird. What's
duty,
up,
but
Vince?
Can I use gun range?
No.
Stu, he just ended watch.
No, you can't have keys. Sorry, guys.
Uh,
And if you want to go to gun range, there's Aegis Firearms has an open gun range for you.
I'm gonna need you on the ground with the laptop.
I'm so lost, man.
This is the people's building. This is the people's building.
Want to still
So this is the
Storm the mission.
what is it called?
Always from yes, sir.
No, that sounds like a criminal thing to do.
Yeah, press room.
I
There
don't think that's
What's
very
your-
wise
what's
to
your
advocate that.
Commander, where the hell do we go now to get our shotguns and heavies?
It's downstairs. Let me show you. Right here on the right is archives. There's the locker room right there. These are some offices, and that's usually in police precincts. It's called the cage, obviously, because it has a cage around. Or the floor, whatever. Armory. There's signs on the walls.
This place is it's so huge now.
Yeah, so go through here. And then the armory is back here, I think? No? Holy cow. Now I'm lost. Oh, next set of doors.
Alright.
And then...
Oh.
No, it's upstairs. I'm on the wrong floor. So, we're still... That's debatable. The doors being locked or unlocked. That's something that we're going to have to figure out. So here's the garage. So I just drove through. I believe it is one floor up.
Okay.
Or not? Seriously? I mean, we'll get it down.
I get 28. Can I get more additionals on 533 for 1076?
It's right here.
Where are you?
Are you... I'm on the second floor.
How many additionals do you require? So yeah, are you upstairs or downstairs?
I'm middle stairs. Where are you?
We're currently out of our vehicle. He's doing a spin.
Oh, I thought I was in the
Yeah, come down here.
There you
Alright, armory on the wall. See little sign?
go. Yep.
So, usually in precincts, the internal doors are not locked and external doors are.
Bathroom. Forensics.
Alright, so it's on the far right over here. So the armory is right here, where you can get your equipment. And then the range is right there.
Oh, wonderful. What's the policies on the range? Are we allowed to head in and just use it whenever?
I don't know if there's any policies right now or yet.
Because I heard people in there earlier firing off a bunch of shots.
Yeah, I don't know if... I would just make sure that people know on the radio that shots are... that the range is being used.
Yeah, no dramas. Thanks, Commander.
No problem. Yeah, so I was trying to kind of do a spaced out tour, but you guys have pretty much already seen it all now. Ah, crap. Alright, bottom floor. Where was I? I was on this floor. Right, okay. Archives. The cage, some offices. I think there's a break room, a captain's office, the press room. This is this is the reception area to the front. There's the front lobby and the entrance. Here's where you can pay your ticket. It's right over here. Is there any? Yes, there is. Good.
Yep.
And then there's the side entrance over here. That goes down to the little ramp. There is, and then, like I said, there was this back area. Here's a briefing room for SWAT, IB, or DB. Just kind of a regular, just a briefing room. Kind of cool. This is just a restroom. I try to unlock the doors that don't make sense to be locked. Are these locked? Or lockable? Oh my gosh, they are. Are they really? Yeah, they do unlock. That's cool. Some showers. Whoever put this together did a really good job. Mirrors that work. This is our new forensics laboratory. Door unlocked. Come on, there we go. Nice clean room environment.
30JAN21 disregard back.
Then, like you saw earlier, here's the armory. That's the other side of the briefing room.
Disregard the backup calls for the text.
Open the door, we will make you poor.
On a Granium registered to Vladimir Petrinkov, waiting for the bridge.
Yeah, SD got theirs, and then MD and PD got a new interior, and we still need, yeah, that would be great to have a corner. The range, looks like it's different levels of target. That's not an ATM that actually works, I'm just, no.
Do we have any GFU units?
3 haven't stayed with the last. You asked for GFU.
Yeah, 30JAN, can you respond to 540 for me?
En route.
Alright, where to? Up or down? Up or down? Let's go up, it's easier for now. Up is just more offices and briefing rooms. I don't think there's anything very specific. Dispatch center, I haven't actually been in here yet. That looks really good. Now we need that logo. training room here. Another little break room right here. A meeting room. The next stair is up to the helipad, so we're not going to go up there. You all know what the helipad looks like. It's the same. We're going to go downstairs, though. Come on, stop getting stuck. Yeah, it's really good. It's a very motivational, I guess. New precinct parking. I was thinking that, like, maybe they'll move. So I came in here, parked, and tried to spawn a cruiser down here. But I guess cruisers still spawn upstairs. I was thinking that they moved the cruiser spawn, but I guess they did. So let's see. Right here is the evidence room. This is the evidence locker. So if you come by to pick up your stuff from evidence, the officer's gonna have to run downstairs. So it's not easily accessible. Like I said, whoever put this together did amazing.
22 married, 21, just click at 1055 of Black Stockade. Registered
Oh yeah, so SD got theirs.
code 6.
DOC got theirs. Then PD and MD. And MD is amazing too. Like, it's got 3 floors, two or 3 floors. They got offices and surgery tables, and it actually looks like a hospital.
Pursuit Black Stockade, tackle.
Oh boy. This is the interrogation rooms. Observation is right here with little recording equipment, and then interrogation room is right there. And these two are the same. The cells, probably everybody will see it eventually. Unless you absolutely never get a reckless. So here's lineup. I don't see us ever really using this, but is there another side to line up? I think it's public access. Yeah. We're closer to public access identification. All right. Oops.
23 and 28, ignore backers for attack.
I don't know what a door I unlocked, but whatever.
22 married, 21. We got a Black Pursuit, Black Stockade Pursuit, attack 1. Could we get a demos, please?
And then here's the cells. There's a group cell and there's a single cells. Here is the mug shots area, where we can actually do proper mug shots now. And here's a little processing office. Walk through the door.
Yeah.
Channel switched. Welcome back.
We're going towards Bayview now, south. Old Bayview, I mean.
Wait, is this the Stockade Pursuit?
Yeah, can you get a come up, please, or something? Or something with heavy.
Yeah, I'll get a
It's a
brigade.
stockade. Now continuing to Old Beijing.
I am still at Mission Row though, so give me a minute.
Go for it. He's going off-road left towards the MV.
He's taking the bloody driving test again.
He literally is.
Oh,
You're
he's
kidding.
going off-road.
He's done some jump. I can't get down there.
I'm still with him.
Nice.
Alright, what's the backup?
561 is the newest one.
Yeah.
Incredibly low rates of speed.
22 Mary 21. Can I get a 10-8 unit to 556, please, to transport a 1016?
Okay, on my way. 0.8 out.
Yeah, he's doing loops of the airport, whatever this thing's called.
Yeah, we're just doing circles around the airport.
So, is he on the lower or upper level?
He's on the upper level now.
Yeah.
If you're coming towards the airport, incorrect lane of travel, he's going to be coming towards the Grove Street, kind of, if he exits.
3H12 Dante Watson joined your channel.
But only a brigade would help.
I can go with brigade if you like.
Yeah, he's coming up towards the Grove Street. You should be right next to him now. Yeah, nice.
Oh, nice. Well done. He's
He
done. On
should
foot.
be done. And
He's just
he's
injured himself.
injured.
And he's injured.
Okay. You guys go down there, I'll keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't do anything
Careful.
stupid. He's trying to say something out. I can't hear him though.
Shadow, am I good to clear motorway mission?
Yeah, you can clear, thanks.
3H12 Dante Watson left your channel.
I'll check the vehicle, but I think we can clear TAC. I'll let you know if I find anything.
Devil.
Channel switched.
We have 3110 on a green pro post known as Darrow McFadden, code 600 this time.
Yeah.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Bakeman? Vehicle's locked. Just check to see if he's got a key. I doubt there's anything in it, but... Does it? Yeah, but it doesn't stop you from doing anything beyond that, does it?
22 Mary 21 to the unit who's got the suspect from the last blockade pursuit. How copy? Blockade even.
21, let's go.
20 Mary 21 to last. Don't have any other charges than just felony evading, failure to comply. So anything else you've got?
24 Lincoln out the last. Well, no worries, mate. He's injured here on scene.
So you can't change clothing while you're sitting in like a driver's seat, can you? You have to actually get out and change.
47 Trumi ascending to 1,000 feet from mission or helipad 110 for Tactic.
I haven't tried it yet, but that's... when I read the update, that's what I assumed. Oh yeah, putting a spawn down in the parking lot would be a bad idea for this thing. You'd have to spawn like outside or something, because it would definitely not fit in the parking lot. I mean, it would fit in the parking lot, but it would be... like, the spawn would have to be like right here. Does it? No, wouldn't fit. So I think we might be able to change, but I'm talking about actual, like swapping, moving clothing in a driver's seat, not PD stuff. Because once you change, and most people change outside anyway, from what I've seen. So you can, I think, yeah, you're talking about the F. I'm sure you can change clothing, but once you get on duty and you get into the proper clothing anyway, there's not much of a reason to change into any other clothing. And SWAT, they get out of the vehicle because they have to configure their clothing to look proper. Yeah, and you can't see your clothing. Let me try this right. So if I move this to there, well, I guess you can't. Oh, but that's a jacket. So if I were to try to change my pants in the car, nope, that works. Oh, and it does still play the animation. Okay, yeah, because it's not possible to change your clothing in a vehicle. So it's just complicated. guess it depends on what you're trying to change.
Yeah.
It's Lincoln 16, show me 10-8 for mission room. Oh. No. Yeah.
I bet they're doing training. Did they hide? I think they did. Oh, no, there they go. Yeah, they loaded. I was gonna say, I think they hid. They hid you. What? Why is that acting up? That's weird.
What? What? What?
Oh, there's the training. Yeah, they're doing training over there. Can you change clothing while driving? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure you can. That'd be weird.
Lincoln 19 to Pigman. Are you going to take the 15, mate?
Pigment's last, yeah, sure I will.
It's 21 Lincoln 19 back 10-8 from Central.
Alright, I'm just going to move you over to the side of the road so we're not dangerously in the middle of the road, okay?
Yes, alright. The woman over there by the car, she's also injured.
Oh, crap. Do you know how to use a BLS kit? Anybody? Anybody? Crap. Alright, I'm going to treat you and then I'm going to go take care of her, okay?
Right.
Lincoln 28, previous 1066 is 1099 on 10-8 from McDonald Street.
31, 2010, unit, I copy.
Lincoln 28 to last. Go ahead.
31 to last. Can you go to the backup call, please?
Tap front route.
Alright, just don't move your legs. Got it? Penelope, you okay?
31, can I just get one other unit, please? Back. I'm 31, can I get one other unit to 5-8, please?
It's 2119 the
She's
channel.
not actually injured, but I'm going to check just in case.
Lincoln 28. 10-9 to Central MD 110's 1016.
31, same traffic.
Are you serious? By who? Can you make sure MD responds? Hey, can you call a medic, please, and make sure nobody touches him?
I got you. DOC, sir.
Valerie, can you get in, please? Russell, help the individual across the street. And get MD here, damn it. You said on foot. Did they run this way? I am blind or something. Left or right? Oh, him. You're being detained at this time. Please put your hands over your head.
Wait, what happened?
You're being detained at this time. Please put your hands over your head.
Okay.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to government-appointed attorney during legal questioning. Do you understand your rights? I will be questioning you. Do you understand your rights?
I understand.
Stay there. Valerie, are you sure this was them? Okay. It is suspicious that he is walking around naked. Do you still work for MD, right? Okay. But before I look for any other clothing on him, can you whisper to me what he was wearing? And is the mask the same?
21 out of 37, 8, supervisor, how copy?
Staff to the units at the parking lot. Did that get taken care of?
Wicked 28, April Spanish Avenue.
Hey, Jake. All right. You mind if I actually wrap these clothes around you? I've got to look at what clothes you have in your pocket. How's it going, Tom?
You mean the clothes that I have?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Anyone out of 37 to any 10-8 supervisor, how copy?
Hmm. So was there a reason that you were fiddling in that individual's pockets over there?
Oh no, I was lost as can be.
You were lost in somebody's pockets?
No, I was just confused. I wasn't planning on really taking anything.
Did you actually take anything?
The only thing that I took was the mask. I was trying to put it back, but
Okay, so you don't mind if I take it and give it back to him, do you?
yeah, you can take it.
I think that's the bugged mask, so I'm gonna. All right. Hmm.
It's Center Internet Supervisor, how copy?
To just shoot the left name, what do you need help with?
21 Fifth Center last, permission to go on a 3-man Adam, myself, Officer Barry, and Cadet Gallo.
To just shoot the last granted.
21 Fifth Center last. Thank you.
It's 2119, shows another in 1055 on a black blade, registered under Ryan Pinto, shows code 4, code 6 on Elgin Avenue.
I'm not gonna run this record. All right, it's common courtesy to ask a person if you can help and not fiddle around in their pockets in the future. Do you understand?
Understood.
You are free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Do you want me to drop you off here? Or, oh, wait, what's going on over there? So a medic didn't... Okay. Did the medic pick up the other individual?
Yeah, he picked me up. I'm fine now. But nobody took care of her, apparently. She's still there. Sucks. She's conscious now, so that's good news.
Okay. I will just bring her myself, I guess. Wait,
Yeah,
so
you should. I mean, she's been lying here for like such a long time.
I believe this was yours.
21 Adam 37, just an information roll.
What?
Was this yours?
No, this is her car.
No, this mask.
Mask? Where?
Somebody stole a mask from you or something?
Oh yeah, the mask. The black individual, yeah. He stole a mask from me. Yeah, he stole a mask from me. You got him, thank you.
Yeah, I asked the officer. Penelope, are you okay?
Glad you guys got him. You guys are fast.
You said she's responsive, right?
She was conscious. Just a moment ago, she was conscious.
Penelope? Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Oh, now I'm hungry. Eggs and bacon actually sounds really good right now.
Well, you should pick her up and take her to
right?
the hospital.
Or like a egg, like a breakfast sandwich or something.
Show me conducting 1055 on a radius 4 owner Mike Reyes on Pasty Avenue, code 4, code 6.
It's 2157, code 6.
Penelope, you are in absolutely no condition to drive right now.
Short of the unit that pulled over on
It's 3:45 for me right now.
license got suspended for previous.
Ma'am, you should let him take care of you.
Vehicle registered to
Hey,
Kevin Hess. Do not let it
breakfast
go.
is good at any time.
Unit 14 to unit
And
75.
eggs are good for you.
Will you attack for it? Do you want
The bacon, probably not so much, but I guess it really depends on the quality of the meat. No, you will not, Penelope. That will, yeah, you can do that, Valerie, please.
30JAN21 to Tavares. Not really.
Okay, unit 14 stand for it.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it depends on, I guess, when you're going to bed. you should never eat close to bedtime. Penelope, can you move over to the passenger side, please? Yeah, I think everybody's kind of had messed up schedules just because of COVID.
Running 19 shows nothing at 1055. Running Black Jester, registered under Benny King, just go for code 6 on Popular Street.
Penelope, can you move over to the other side of the vehicle? Valerie, you might have to help her over. Oh ha! Hey, hey! You gotta use points to roast me. Or I might just ban you. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, I am 6'1", okay? Lester is like this tiny little... Yeah. I would say take her to Pillbox. It's closer.
Hello, Kevin Reyes, no copy.
And you're free to go. Thank you, Valerie.
Radio check.
You don't believe that I'm 6'1"?
Thank you, officer, for all the assistance.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for checking on her, because I thought the medic would pick her up too. I told the officer to take her, but...
Is it close to Great Ocean Island?
Yeah, it's yes, I mean, it's alright. And you guys got the guy who stole my mask, so it was great.
Yeah,
I
I let him go
good
because
part.
he wasn't sure what he was doing or
Just check
something.
these, don't release him and drop
Alright. See ya, man.
Thanks. Be safe. Don't walk in the middle of the
Yeah,
road.
you too, man.
You want proof that I'm 6'1"? How would I prove that I'm 6'1"? Oh yeah, because it's totally on my credit card. No, this is actually my ID. I was seeing if it actually said it there.
Features running north shot for the next 10 seconds on Great Ocean.
I don't think you can see that. It's 6:01. So I think just how they have the ID is the first number is the feet, the second number is 0 whatever.
We just did the last 10-9 boarding.
DM3 went to last. I had a
I
question
live in
about
the US.
a charge and an individual.
Kind of mid-US area.
Go ahead.
DM3 went last. He evaded from a traffic stop.
That was actually not my
I told
license.
him
That
to
was
hand
my
himself in Mission Row.
my
He
carry
said he
permit.
would as long as I didn't charge him a felony evasion. To get him to come to Mission Row, I said I wouldn't. Can I charge him anyway?
Yeah, of course.
That's Temple.
Oh, so I can show you a tour, not a full tour,
Yeah,
but
they went to
like a small tour of MD. I don't know why I went the wrong way. When people get dropped off here, I wonder where they spawn. Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody told me yesterday that they are much taller.
We judged it the last time
So
before.
my family has tall people. And like my uncle is 6'6" or something. It's crazy.
Mary 21, just connecting 1055 of a red Jester, registered as Marcos Gonzalez, and we're code 6 on Red Desert Ave.
My father is 6'3", 6'4", 6'3". I think he's 6'3". I don't believe there's an age limit. I've never read an age limit for Eclipse itself. Oh, there's some glass in her forehead, and I'm pretty sure she has got a concussion that probably needs to be removed. Yeah, no age limit. Waiting to get accepted. Okay.
Hey guys.
Might be 24 hours or so. How's it going? No promises. I think
For a doctor.
Max. Yeah, we're waiting for a doctor for some. Are you a doctor?
You guys want to take a look around?
No.
Oh, okay.
Do you work for MD or no?
For MD, yes.
Oh, okay. She has some. I believe she's got a concussion and she has some glass from a vehicle accident.
Oh, you want to me? Where's Valerie gone? Where's
She's getting prepared. She's cleaning up. Yeah, so this is MD. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know those doors opened over there. There's even a map on the wall. That's pretty accurate. Oh, it looks like it's just a little office over there. Hold on, Penelope.
I have empty water bottles.
Sorry we kind of left you over there. I assigned an officer to take care of you, but I guess he may not have heard me or something. Or he didn't find you. Oh, Tom, you missed the new PD interior tour. They did really good. The fish are swimming around, that's cool. I wonder how they did that. Static items are easy, but things that are moving are more complicated.
22 Mary 20, let's go ahead.
Sometimes things just travel in a very specific circle.
22 Mary 21 to last. My apologies to all units, please disregard 620.
No, I actually think there's a fish tank in the assets somewhere, and they may have just grabbed the fish out of the fish tank and dropped them in.
I'm gonna.
Penelope, why don't you have a seat right here?
Oh, would you look at that?
You can stare at the fishes behind you.
What?
Hi.
Oh my god, there's fishes. So, you got any free items you can pass along?
Or
I just want the city.
Not really.
I mean, what you got?
What do you
can
have?
hook me up with. I have nothing, buddy. I got absolutely nothing. I just flew in. TSA took all my stuff.
Yeah, they're very bad about losing bags.
Yeah, they lost my whole entire suitcase, buddy. I had like so much stuff inside, man.
7, code 6 on North Rockford Drive and J 1060.
I had all my weed, I had all my coke, I had all my meth, everything in this suitcase.
I can't help you right now, sorry.
That's rough.
4 David 4 to the David units that just completed the training. Roth is asking for more additional David in TAC 3. If you're not already there, please make your way there. Thank you.
George to 30JAN21, sir.
Siphon, what's up? Just hanging out in a hospital where I definitely don't want to be. Just kidding. I'll be right back.
Anyone 57 from North Rockford Drive.
Fort Evan, Fort to Vern, you took my cruiser.
Roberta Taylor technically Papalakisted, but okay.
George 11, 1055, ATR 1, code 600.
Alright, I'm back. I think DOC, I was going to say, I think DOC needs a few improvements, but now that I think about it, now that MD and PD are done, they have really what was needed at DOC. See, we never had a interrogation, or they don't have an interrogation room at DOC, and we needed one, so now we have an interrogation room.
There's a man with a mask.
So I think we're good. I can help her to wherever you want me to take her, but I've got to run after that. Yeah, I'll just...
28, 10-8 from Alta Street.
Do you need a drink or something? I can go pick up some snacks or something as I head back out. Okay, will do. Oh. Hmm.
With 11015.
I don't know. Now I was kind of growing on the old man walk. Is this the right area? No. Are you looking for surgery? So this is the elevator down. I don't remember what's downstairs. Crap. I'll do a quick tour. How about that? A lot of these halls should actually be open. Like the ward hall. Oh, yeah. These halls should be open. That's my opinion, anyway. I wonder if she can actually get on top of this thing. Yep, she'll be able to. Cool. As long as she can stay on top of it just to be able to lay down. Yeah, she'll be able to do that.
I think you'll get additionals.
22, 21, more 4, please.
I've already done a tour of PD. I did open up my historical recordings temporarily for everybody, so you can check that out. Yeah, no problem. I will get snacks. I might look for snacks here first, though. sure you've got a break room or something. Okay, quick tour. Just because mid-RP and all that. Surgery rooms are all the same. That's Ward A, I believe. He's, I mean, this is literally just a closet. This is a laboratory. So, kind of a nice little lab there. That's the main hall. That goes back to the main hall. So this is Ward A. I think that is a... Oh, intense care. That's neat. That would be like after surgery. Ward B would be... this is an exit? What is this? No, that's not an exit. Some restrooms that are actually restrooms that are open. Oh, I probably shouldn't lock a restroom. And walk into the wrong restroom as well. Oh my goodness. Well, it doesn't tell you which one's which, so... Oh no, they're both the same. Never mind.
See you soon.
MRI? I didn't see this yet. That is neat. That absolutely looks exactly like an MRI room. And then the imaging, or diagnostics. Oh, that's nice. It's got a little window right there. Okay, so two rooms for the middle room is the diagnostics room for both the MRI and the X-ray machine. Ward C is, I think it's treatment. Oh, this is where your regular checkups would probably be. A restroom, private room, possibly like private room. What would this be used for? Probably anything, really. Here's an office. They did so good on this stuff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But it didn't, the type of table in there didn't look like that. Another nice, fancy office. This is probably like the chief's office, isn't it? No, it's just another doctor's office. Patient room. Multiple patients. No curtains. That would have been kind of cool if they put curtains up there. Another private room. So I think private room is for variety of, yeah, leaning towards pregnancy and what is this? Those flip-flops? I don't know who made this. I've seen it on other streams though. So I know that it's used. I just don't know who made it. Why is there literally a mattress laying? Okay, that's unsanitary. Administration. I don't know how far this... Oh, here's the director's office. That seems smaller than one of the other offices, but does have a better view. Yeah, that's okay. Already been there. A, B, C, already been here. Now, I think if I were to go up, you would end up on the helipad. Another little waiting area. Oh, I want to check over here. I think this is where the break room. Nothing. The changing room and a restroom. Come on, over. So this goes to the helipad. Yep. Helipad hasn't changed. This goes downstairs. And this is the other reception area. The downstairs reception area. See, this is where our regular pillbox drop-off is. But there's no body drop-off here. So you gotta go to the upstairs pillbox area to drop off bodies. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So this goes to the reception desk. Yep. I gotta make sure I lock all the doors because I don't know what doors they want locked or unlocked.
5.
Then this is the garage for the ambulance.
21 Adam 37 shots performing at 55 and a blue prowler with the stone behind. Look at
So all the doors are lockable.
Code 4, code 6 on
Same with PD. Nice thing is that they're lockable. Like they can maintain their security how they would like.
This is neat.
It is very much. If you want to get the lay of the land, I would recommend it being on duty, so you know where to go.
Yes,
in the case of an
was here
incident.
earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually had a medic show me around just so I know where to bring somebody. I didn't know that entrance was there. I thought it was still only lower box that you could come in.
Yeah, there's a few entrances now.
19 shows
Yeah,
10,
obviously
9, 2
that
shows
entrance
on
there
these,
is the main
1,
entrance now.
15.
So.
Yep.
Which is it's fantastic. It really is fantastic. Like. That's so nice.
This is very well done. Props to whoever did this.
Lincoln 28 doing a 1055 on a blue Rebel GTS register owners a Holden Alcorn on San Andreas Avenue, code 4, code 6.
City Hall next, maybe? Actually give us a nice City Hall. Maybe open up some more courtrooms. So that building is actually not City Hall. That is supposed to be a courthouse. City Hall is down in Rockford. Oh, what was I doing? I was gonna go get snacks. Donuts are very important. Emergency.
Lincoln 28 10-8 from San Andreas Avenue, previous 1055 is 1099.
2919 the last 10 for.
2174 is going to be 10 Strawberry Avenue.
Is she on the? Might just be a rendering bug. Got one for Penelope too. How's she doing?
No, 19 show is 10-9 to Central MD, escorting at 10-15.
Where's her name? Clara?
It's only on 57 or less than 55 standing line. Goes back 8 on Strawberry Avenue. just look like a liar.
And even if I had pulled it,
What do you do
he
this to me,
pulled his
dog?
knife, so I
Really?
have
You
every
gotta pull that shit out?
technically to pull it.
Exactly.
Yeah, really?
Technically.
Oh, Shadow! You're the one person that I wanted to fucking see.
Hi.
Is there any chance you could give keys to the house that I actually forgot to pay rent. Fuck.
Hmm?
I'll transfer you some rent this week. Fuck, I forgot. Is there any chance you can give Papadakis keys to the house that I have on that you're giving me on the beach? Not giving me, but
Why?
I'll be storing a couple of cars there that he can use in case I'm not in the city. So I want him to be able to take them out.
He pulled his knife on us.
I'm trying to remember which one you have the upstairs one, right?
Oh, the leftmost upstairs one, right? Yeah.
Yes, I guess.
I haven't got anything.
Keys to the garage or just the exterior gates?
The garage, basically.
22 married bunny.
I want him to be able to pull cars in and out. So.
Goblin colored LG retro custom.
Yeah, I can give him a key.
Awesome, awesome, perfect. Let me go fix up my car real quick.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can be used against you.
Oh, I want that car so bad. Like, I want a super, obviously, but there's very specific supers that I would prefer. Someday.
Paint some items and check out backup.
I think I'd probably take just about any Pegasi super.
Adam 29 10 9 to DOC with 1 times 10 15.
Audio glitch, or that glitching is so annoying. No, they wouldn't save. As soon as your game disconnects, then it wouldn't save anything. Unless you got back into game within 5 minutes. But I don't know. I've never tried that. I've never tested that.
How are you doing tonight, Xoza?
Good. What's up, Quincy?
Oh, same old go. Just enjoying the evening, man.
Yeah. Any trouble over here? I heard somebody was throwing an axe around.
No, just a guy came into the shop, tried to steal 3 cars and stab us. Nothing, just the usual.
With an axe?
He had a knife, actually. It wasn't an axe.
Oh.
Because he tried to stab me with the knife first, and they tried to stab Johnny. And then he told the police that Johnny pulled an axe on him, which is why he tried to stab us. But I was fixing a car when he tried to stab me, so... But it seems to happen a lot here. I don't know why.
I mean, you guys do this thing called working on cars?
Yeah, that's true.
What car is that over there? Is that the Vega?
That is the Reaper.
What's the Reaper? Can you buy me one?
I wish I could buy myself one.
No shit, right? That thing is...
Touche, it's beautiful.
I am nursing a semi as we speak.
Shit.
Look at it,
You're
man.
right,
Come on.
man.
Can't
Actually,
believe
what's your name, dude?
George Vern.
Sweet.
League of Shadows. Shadow, thank you.
24 Lincoln 19. Can I get one additional to 648, please, just for a traffic stop? Lincoln 19 to Lincoln 28. Can you tip over this white warrant, please?
Lincoln 28 to last, I pulled him over. Why'd you want me to pull him over?
Married 21, just done a 1055 on the vehicle. I believe the individual does not have a license for the firearm. Can I get some additionals as LG Retro Custom 649? Radio check.
Five by five, by the way. Not sure why we have such limited response right now.
Or 19 shows conducting. Alright, shows 10-9 to DSC, 1 times 10-15.
Staff, $3 units. Let's make sure we prioritize our calls.
3 Lincoln 22 to Captain Crosby.
$21 and 57, 10-9 to Missionary with 1 times 10-15.
Staff 3 to Steel. Do we have an ongoing situation?
Really, Judge, to the last, we have Metro DB or Metro GND operation in TAC 3.
10 for all units, DB or Metro.
3 George to the last. I believe there's Russell Pinkman who's not, but that's the only unit. And the commissioner.
Staff 3 last time for. We just have limited units in the city right now.
Judge to the last, the Pinkman to go back to GOB duties.
If you can spare him, 10-4.
Lincoln 22, show me 10-9 radio silent on the Mesa.
Staff 3 to the Mary units. Is arrest being performed at this time?
Don't 7 to last 10-4.
Yep.
Okay.
So I thought Control R was supposed to respond to the most recent backup? Or the most recent call, right?
Just by the off-ramp to the Sonora Freeway.
Rolling at 19, last 55 is 10.99, going to be 10.8 on Bay City Ave.
Let's see. Control R will respond to the last call. I just did that and it didn't work.
24 Lincoln 19, shots fired 663, I need assistance.
23 and 20 to partner, I'm at DLC.
Single shooter, looks like he's fled the scene. Unable to locate the WC. Who's here with N16?
Staff's your last on foot or in a vehicle?
On foot, Vespucci Canals. I'm not too sure, just check around the area.
Do you have a description of the vehicle or individual?
20 last. Too quick to see. He doesn't look like he's wearing anything. It's too standy outish. 24 link 19 to Commander Shadow. He was going northeast last time I saw him.
10-4. Well, Mary units, can you scan the area north from this location and look for anybody who might have a firearm in their waistline?
Try January 21's 10-9 mission now.
Yes.
Do you have any identification?
Yeah.
Can I see it, please?
Is there an issue?
Yeah, we just had some shots fired
Oh
in
yeah,
the area.
yeah. I thought there was already people here though. I heard the shots. But
Okay. Can you kind of tell which direction it was coming from?
Kinda. They were. Oh, hold on. It was somewhere this way. It was either down that road or it was down that road. But I heard the shots. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks a lot. You're free to go.
No problem. Thank you.
24 Lincoln 19 on me. Full pursuit at 10-6.
Is this him?
I'm gonna check my body cam. Can you guys search him for anything?
What?
I gotta go back to that 1016.
Why is he on the ground like this?
I mean, I told him to get on his knees, and that's what he decided to do. Body. I'll check my body cam real quick.
Anyone have buffs?
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Dom.
It's up to you, Dom.
Shot for the rest of the day. I know you.
28, Kenny from DSD.
Oh, don't get shot? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I can do that.
24 Lincoln 19 to Commander Shadow. That is the gentleman in my bloody camera. I can confirm he was the shooter of this individual.
10-4. Your individual survivor?
Yeah, step 4. MD's not responding. I'll have to transport him myself.
10-4. You're... Oh, don't shoot. Does taser count? Am I good?
Oh, no, you're good. But you're cutting out on the radio bit.
Does a taser count? That's the question. And my game froze, I think. Yup. Well, because... Alright, let's see what points. Character outfit. Xoza Gates. Arrgh. Show Kitty did that. Restrict in-game action. Don't get shot. I'll reject that. You can request it next time. So you got your points back if I reject them. Xoza Gates, I'm going to leave that on the list, so I will eventually get it. Yeah, alright. I'm done. 4 hours, 45 minutes. And I think I got several hours of PD duty already. Let's see if there's any channels to... Lifted? What is he playing? I'll probably host him. Alright, thanks for hanging out. I'll probably stream starting at this time tomorrow for a few hours. But I'm going to do some admin duty stuff, so talk to you guys later.